Call the May 9th, 2019 work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:01 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this board meeting.
Good morning. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form and hand it to the school board secretary. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the secretary will call speakers' names in the order received. At the podium, speakers are asked to state their full name and address and to spell their last names. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these rules.
Thank you. We will now begin with the superintendent's administrative briefing.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. 3 points to bring to your attention today. The first is we did receive paperwork regarding the challenged books, the library books. So that 15-day the 15 working day window began yesterday, and the committee has been convened, and I will keep you up to date on that process. Secondly, Mr. Ayers has a brief comment, and then Dr. Grantham has one right after him, and that will complete the briefing this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, Pastor Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Mayor, Nicole, Mr. Gibbs. I'm here to give you a brief briefing on the Francis Marion situation with we had the mediation, and the mediation is now concluded. The Department of Education found that the school board has done no wrong in that. Francis Marion has requested that the mediation be closed. Now that that has been closed, Francis Marion had 3 consecutive months of a negative balance, which put them in a financial situation. So now they're required, and they received a letter to do a financial corrective action plan. They have submitted that plan to the district, and we're currently working back and forth with them. There are a couple things that we had questioned on it, and so we're working with them on getting that corrective action plan in place, and that is due to the state by May 30th.
Board, any questions or comments?
Good morning, everyone. I hope this is good news. On the last piece of the agenda, you see we were talking about district staffing plan. We've met twice this week. We got our budget from DOE Saturday, and we promised we'd bring you a balanced budget for the district staffing plan. There's too many unknowns, so what I would like to propose to the board is we just wait on the district staffing plan until the budget is finalized in July. We don't need to hire anybody. We don't need to do anything new. We don't need any upgrades until the budget is completely done. July 28th, we'll have the budget to you, and then we'd like to bring the district staffing plan back then. The school level staffing plan's done. It's completely done, so we're not harming schools anyway. They're hiring teachers and hiring what they need. There's too many unknowns. We don't know what health care is going to cost. We're just kind of guessing. We're hearing 20% or 10%. So what we'd like to do is have the budget completely done and then come to you with the district staffing plan after we know. So it's not a bunch of guessing, it's actual numbers. It doesn't feel good to guess when you're talking about people and positions and money. So we want to have the actual numbers in and approved by you and sent to the state, and then we'll bring the district staffing plan to you early August before school starts.
So this will just be held up until?
Yes, ma'am. We're not going to do anything with it until after remember I promised we would have a balanced budget. We're just guessing. We want to have the actual balanced budget done and then bring you the district staffing plan.
Ms. King?
Ms. Stacy.
Dr. Grantham, I think this is the most responsible thing I've ever seen done since I've been watching this school board and on this school board for 30 years. Thank you.
My only concern is as long as it doesn't affect what's going on at the school level, so we can get all those teachers and everything.
These are all
in place,
district
then
people, and we're just going to make it
I'm
work
totally
until the
fine.
budget is completely done, and then we will bring you back to the staffing plan. And I think that's probably the way, how that should work in the future, too.
Okay,
Do the
totally
schools
fine.
so we don't harm schools, and with the district after the budget. I think that's the way we should do it.
I thank you so much because the district for 30 years, the district staffing plan has been running on unicorns.
We don't have a clue, and then the budget's set, and then all these people are hired, and then we can't, and so this is incredibly responsible of you, and I appreciate it so much.
It only makes sense.
It's
We've always been putting the cart before the horse.
Well, hence the unfunded, and you just
Right.
guessing, and we don't want to do it. We want to do
I have complained about this for 30 years. I
Thanks.
feel like my bucket list is fulfilled. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, thank you. Is that it, Dr. Mary?
Smartest thing
Yes,
we've
thank
ever
you
done.
very much.
All right. We are going to move with Paw Pals first, and then we're going to do the IPROC committee. I'm going to move things around a little bit first, but we have animals out there. So what they have asked is, I guess they want us to maybe go outside for a few minutes, and then we'll come back in and discuss. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So Kevin, I'm going to ask that you'll please just mute us, and we'll probably be back in maybe 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, we will resume our meeting at 9:19 a.m. and we will further our discussion with Bruce from the Humane Society in the BARK bus.
How are you? Madam Chairman and board members and Dr. Meyer, thank you so much for having me. Pretty much 1 year since I first brought this project to you, which you so graciously endorsed last year. So you see it, you've toured it. I hope you have good feelings about what you saw. It's been a pretty amazing year so far. Uh-oh, I'm in charge of this. Let's see, Kevin. Oh, I did it. Dr. Martin Luther King, one of the most inspirational Americans of all time, said many wonderful things. Here's one thing he said: intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. Character, that is what we're trying to instill in our children of Marion County. Character. Is state testing just enough? No. Let's have some character involved with these children also. Well, we're stealing something else. He said, we have a dream. And our dream is that all children will develop such character by being taught compassion for animals through humane education in our school system. All of us will share in this by nurturing and expanding this program. Benefits of humane education. Multiple studies have shown a connection between compassion towards animals and, number one, obviously, a reduction in animal abuse. Number two, a reduction in spousal abuse. Number three, a reduction in violent crimes, which equals less incarceration. I will let you contemplate other good things that happen with compassion to animals. I mean, it's endless what we could all add about compassion to animals.
A lowering of blood pressure.
What's that?
A lowering of blood pressure.
A wonderful thing. Just to pet an animal makes a difference. And I will explain some of the things we've seen over the last year, which are pretty amazing. Marion County's past. Well, this is pretty graphic. This was, look at the three young children watching when the teacher was going to drown the raccoon. Pretty graphic. We thought about not showing that one, but I think it's necessary. This one, both of them, I think, went national. I know this one went at least state. This was a young, a teenager. That's a kitten.
Oh,
And he has a, I think it's part of a broken concrete block. Okay, both of these went national. Now, if this young man would have held a kitten in the first, second, third, fourth grade, do you think he really would have been doing that? I don't think so. I think it would have changed him at an early age. Of course, the other one, we don't want behavior like that, and we sure don't want our young children to see anything like that. Now, this is not our idea. It's right there in the Florida statute. Statute 233-061, Section J, requires schools to teach kindness to animals. This is a state statute. The whole state has chosen to ignore this statute. It's time for that to change, and this is where we hope that it starts and changes, and that we're all part of this enormous change that we see coming. We know what's going on around the country. There's horror stories every week, it seems like, if not more often. Some of our accomplishments. First, I think you all met Miss Gary, Erin Gary, out on the bus. I'm going to introduce her next. She's going to give a brief synopsis of what she's done. I stole her from y'all last year. She came on board June 1st. Her passion for this program, she is graduated in animal science from the University of Florida, is second to none. I have not seen someone who can put together passion and organization like she has done. She's the heart and soul of this program, and I will introduce her in a moment to wrap up what I have to say. Now, what we've accomplished, we have visited over the next 2 weeks, we will have visited every elementary school and taught humane education to all the grades in this county. I mean, all over this county. Do you have any idea how big this county is?
Yeah, we know.
Do you have any idea how old that bus is? The bus was bought from Highlands Baptist, and we refurbished it, and it's been wonderful, but that bus has put some miles on the road. It has been absolutely an amazing journey in this huge county. I knew it was big. I didn't know it was this big. The beauty is every single grade gets a different curriculum. This is not where we teach the first grade and the fifth grade the same thing. This is a building block. This is a process. A child coming in K-5, by the time they get out, is going to have 6 years of different curriculum they're going to experience each year. One of them, I don't know what she showed you on the bus. One of the early ones is, how do I meet your dog? As simple as that. How many times have you seen a kid run up to a dog and guess what happens? They get bitten. Changes their whole thought process. How do I meet your dog? There's one. So many little things we keep building on with each grade. Like I said, this will be the first step in a building process, building blocks. In the process of seeing every school, we have taught over 20,000 Marion County children. The feedback, Dr. Meyer, I overheard her talking to someone about the feedback. It's amazing the feedback I get when I wear this shirt and I walk around and parents come up to me and say, this is all my child is talking about, is that they got on the Magic Bark Bus. That's why the Bark Bus looks like that. So we could get children's attention. We want that, and I think it has pretty much done it in the first year, become the most recognizable vehicle in Marion County. So these children, 20,000 of them, that's a big number. We're very, very proud of that. You would not even imagine how many of these younger children have never touched a kitten. Never touched a kitten. Is that amazing or what? So it's amazing the difference with all these young children we're making. We provided the Bow Wow Reading Room at Oakcrest Elementary. Well, we realize, Dr. Meyer, I know that one of her most important projects has been reading. And just like I told you before, so many studies have shown how animal abuse leads to much worse things. Well, third grade I've learned so much through this year. Third grade seems to be the tipping point in reading. You either make it or you don't. Well, we've got the Bow Wow Reading Room. Think how afraid, I don't know how many of you were afraid, but I was afraid when the teacher used to call on and you had to read in front of the class and you didn't know some words and all that. Well, this way the children can sit there and read in front of an animal with no feedback. It's absolutely amazing of how they enjoy this. Now, this has greatly expanded our own reading program, which is at our shelter. We have waiting lists. We have Kirsten back here, who runs my reading program, told me that we need more space. we're going to have to expand it. She needs more help because we have 39 people, 39 children for one of our reading programs coming up. 39, 29, 35. It's amazing how many parents are hearing about through the bus and through Aaron telling them in the classrooms, passing the word back, getting on our reading program. Reading is so important. It is so important. If you don't learn to read, bad things happen. Trust me. Trust me. Just like if you don't have compassion for animals, bad things happen. All this was completed with zero taxpayer dollars. Zero taxpayer dollars. This program is completely funded with by the Humane Society and by donations. Now, with that said, a small but growing percentage of the funds needed for that bus comes from employees in the Marion County school system. Our Paw Pals is part of your system. On the side of the bus, it says, I don't have the picture. It says we get by with a little help from our friends. If a teacher gives $1 every 2 weeks, $1 every 2 weeks, their name gets on the bus. So many people, I've been there and a teacher will come up and say, oh, there's my name, look, my name's on the bus. Now, businesses, on the other side, they have to give more than $1. Businesses give $2.50, individuals give $100, families give $200. They're on the other side of the bus. We're going to greatly expand that program. But the employees, how these employees can give as little as $1 every 2 weeks is the template of how this can be funded all over the state. Not all, our Humane Society, through the generosity of this community, is in solid financial footing right now. Of course, we continue to need donations, but we're here. We're here for the long run. But by the individual school systems of individual counties, teachers, employees, giving as little as $1, it can be self-funding all over the state, and why not all over the country? Let's be the first to make this a program that goes everywhere. Why shouldn't this be on ABC News with David Muir when he does a feel-good story at the end of ABC News, and he goes into a community, look what a community has done. This needs to be it. This is a one-of-a-kind program. Nobody's doing it. The statute sits there and says it's required. Nobody's doing it. We're doing it right here, and I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to do it. I really, really do. Next page. There's a list of the elementary schools. Like I said, this is a big county. I can't even believe how many. Look at that. East Marion, Dunellen. You know how far it is from each one of those? It's unbelievable. That's the list. And the Bow Wow Reading Room at Oakcrest. Every Wednesday we go to the reading room, we bring the animals over there, and we read. It is a sight to see these kids, these animals, like I said. Next. Here's some positive experiences. Here's the Bow Wow Reading Room. Here they are reading to kittens and reading to puppies. Here's a child just having a positive experience. So many positive experiences. I could have filled up hundreds of pages with the positive experiences. Extra special moments. Okay? I've explained what we're doing, how we're teaching compassion, but how about some extra special moments? Multiple children who had never touched an animal before left the bus as animal lovers. They are going to be changed. I mean, forever they're going to be changed because now, oh, this isn't so bad. I was afraid of this. Now they're not going to be. A nonverbal child, I think this was at Oakcrest, spoke for the first time to one of the animals. A nonverbal child spoke. I mean, these are just wonderful, extra special moments. An autistic child who would not make eye contact made extended eye contact with a kitten. We all know autism is so much more widespread than we ever thought it in our lives, when we were growing up. Again, I say we have seen over a 50% increase in our doggone good reading program at the shelter because of the bus. Our future goals. We don't want to stop here. Our future goals: continue to provide humane education to all elementary schools in Marion County. Elementary schools is going to be our heart and soul of teaching the young children. We don't want to stop there. We want to expand to the high schools. We want to teach in the high schools a much higher level. We're not talking about how to walk up. We're talking heartworm treatment. We've got some graphic photos. I can't show these elementary kids of heartworms and hearts. There's something to teach. Nancy knows. But I can't show graphic kids. They'd have nightmares thinking that they have heartworms. They're graphic photos. Or there we can teach much more in depth about spay-neutering in the high schools. I've already got Forest High School volunteered at our shelter 2 weeks ago. Miss Brown, that's her name, I think? Yes. Miss Brown came, and we had a very good conversation, and I think that might be our first inroad into the high schools, I'm hoping. So and I want to be one of the teachers. I want to be one of the teachers in the high schools. I want to communicate some of my thoughts. Now, we want to use this program as a model. This needs to be a model that we can all sit there and be proud of for other counties. 67 counties in the state of Florida. We're the only one. We're the only one out of 67. How about other states? Nobody has it. To teach humane education. It's all starting right here. Here's our future. There's our sheriff adopting a kitty. Who's the other lady? I don't know.
Right. Who's the other woman?
Okay. Okay. And there's our sheriff. And look at these kids all dressed up as little puppies. What school is that?
That's 8th Street.
That's 8th Street right there, all dressed up. Look at there. I guarantee these kids are not going to be abusing animals, and they're not going to be spousal abusers, and I think there's going to be a lot of violent crime out of that group. That's what I think. I think that's the end of my slideshow. Let's go back to the bus. I just want to again thank you for having us, letting us give a wrap-up for what has happened from 1 year ago when we came here and proposed this to what we have accomplished and what we want to do in the future. All of you have been instrumental in making this happen. Let me call out a few people. First, Heidi, embracing it and tying it in with the reading. We loved it. Beth, thank you. I met with Beth at the Humane Society, and she embraced the idea. Nancy, I know, has been, Nancy Stacy has been a dog person her whole life, and she embraced it at the last meeting. Nancy's new to the board, but she has quickly become a part of our family at the Humane Society. Mr. Cummings, I just met today for the first time, but thank you. Kelly, thank you for your support and for this opportunity to come before all of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think Aaron wants to wrap everything up. We won't take too much more of your time, but thank you so much.
Can I say something to Bruce, Kelly?
Yes.
This is something that, you remember Linda Norman?
Yes.
Long before I was on the school board, Linda and I used to sit out at on my property, and she said, Nancy, if all breeders were like you, we wouldn't need the Humane Society, when she was a director, because I'd grant no breeding rights. One breeding right in 40 years. And we talked about how we could do this education. When she was with the Humane Society, we talked about how can we get it in the schools? What can we do? And it's like a dream come true for me. I'm sorry I had to leave the room on the animal abuse because I can't watch it. Woo. But anyway, just for your information, I have a home for Polly. Can I give you her number?
Sure.
Can you tell them at the Humane Society we got a home for Polly?
That'd be wonderful.
Can you take that?
Yeah.
Thank you. She was just listed.
Any other questions while I'm up?
I just wanted to quickly say thank you. Some some things just make too much sense.
Exactly.
And this is one of them, and it's something for our whole county to be so proud of. And the fact that 20,000 students are being positively impacted, it's almost embarrassing to say that it didn't take any taxpayer money. I can't think of a better use for taxpayer money, especially, and it's also state mandated. So I hope that the donations that you're receiving and the public-private partnership, I know that the Bow Wow Reading Room had a benefactor, and I really hope that that continues. But I'd just like to say, if you need anything, give us a good long heads up, and from my perspective, this is just
Well,
incredibly worth all the support we can give it. Thank
I
you.
sure appreciate it, and, over the course of the coming school year, at your convenience, I would like to, take a few minutes and meet with each one of you and give you updates and give me ideas, give me feedback of what you want to, a direction you want it to go. We need to work together, and let's just get this thing national.
Bruce,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to get the data, some of the stories, because I would like to share it with Andrea Messina at the Florida School Board Association, because one of the ways to really get this out would be to have a presentation at one of our conferences. So if you can get me the data and some of the stories, I'll be happy to share that information.
Kelly had mentioned to me about possibly me coming to one of them and making a presentation.
Yeah, and if they have all the data, and I've done a couple of presentations with them, so before they make decisions, they need to see the data. So if you'll get that to us, we'll be happy to share that.
That's wonderful.
Would there be a way, I don't know if the Humane Society has a way, I don't know if you have the bookkeeping abilities, I know you're on a shoestring down there, to where if people wanted just to make, a $10 a month out of their
that's
Visa
all-
card or whatever,
That's what they're
Right,
doing.
and that's where we
just
were.
automatically, but how could we
Well,
advertise that?
that's what I was going to suggest and bring it up to Bruce, and I was going to say, if Bruce could at some time during the school year, just make a short appearance in each individual school and explain, because we are set up, like, people can donate to the foundation, we can even donate to this. Actually, my husband and myself and our friend, Mike Pop, had just recently, decided that that's what we're going to do, but I think many teachers and parapros or, staff members, they're not necessarily aware that they can donate $1.
Well,
And
I would love the opportunity to do that, because if they knew that it's hard to break through. We're at 110 teachers. What is there, 6,000 employees approximately? If they all gave $1 every 2 weeks, it's self-funding. How wonderful is that for all the other counties? Then it goes statewide.
As school board members, we get a check, you can start taking $50 a month out of one of my checks, I don't care, I'd love it, how do
Well,
I
we have
sign
to
up?
be careful, because we do have our Ed Foundation. We don't want to, I think it's good that we do this, but we do have our Education Foundation that we're doing payroll deduction too. So maybe somehow we could work that together.
Right, well, they're already
I don't think
set
we
There
up.
may be.
I don't think we need to run it through any foundation. I think I just want to give it. I don't need it, nobody needs to go pulling something, 4% off the top or something and putting it in some other fund. I want to give straight to the Humane Society. Well, they do off this business partners at the schools.
I think what Bruce has asked and what we're agreeing to is that, Bruce has an opportunity to go to each school and just, discuss it with them, share it with them, and then the teachers or employees can make their own decision. So
If you
that
can
would
get
be
my
great.
foot in the door, I'll kick that door down.
Okay, Dr. Mayer, can you see that happens? Okay, great. There's your contact.
And with the data, we are collecting the data, and I was talking with Roseanne. We are in the process of writing for a journal. This is our history, our story, and I've been in contact with the Superintendent's Association to also present at our meetings. So, yeah, we're going to get the word out.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Aaron, come up for 1 minute, but thank you for having us, and we appreciate it.
And Bruce, I knew you when we were all just young married kids. Thank you for all you've done.
All right, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Erin Gary, and I'm the Director of Humane Education. For the last year, I've had the privilege of serving on the bus. I am the main educator for our program, and I just wanted to let you guys know that in your folder on the left side, you'll see a list of the curriculum, It tries to outline for you what we're trying to teach, how we teach it. Everything from pre-K to third grade is based on books and reading. That's how they get most of their information. And then also, as being a past educator, I was very set on the fact that we're not just there for humane education, we're there for all types of learning. And so when I developed the curriculum, I tried to put together things that would incorporate math, science, language arts, other things like that. So I looked at all of the requirements and things like that, and we have a lot of state standard core subjects worked into the items that we are presenting and leaving in the classroom for the kids. Also in this program, we are highly, highly focused on safety. So I know some people will be like, oh, you're putting animals around children. Yes, we are. And we are doing it in a safe manner. So all children get hand sanitizer when they get on the bus. They get hand sanitizer when they get off the bus. They also are completely monitored in their animal experiences. We don't just pass a puppy around or a kitten around. We actually have a staff member directly in front of them, helping them correctly hold the puppy or the kitten and interact with it. So they have been doing wonderful with the animals. We are happy to report that we have had not one scratch, not one bite, in the over 20,000 children that we've met. So we feel like we are doing a very wonderful job trying to create positive animal experiences. There's no point in having them go on the bus and get scratched or bitten. We're also focusing on safety, so before we go out for our actual experiences, I meet with every principal, or I have my liaison meet with them, and we put together a plan. So we know where the bus is going to be parked. We're making sure that it's safe for children. It's not in a traffic way where they could be injured in any way. We're also planning for code situations. Being with you guys for 13 years, I'm very familiar with code situations. So we're always discussing what is the plan, who will be assigned for the bus for a code. My team is versed on codes and know what to do, even though they've never been in the school system. So we are thinking about all of those little things as well as presenting humane education. So we're trying to give equal amounts of concern for the animals and the children as we go through this. And if you guys have any questions for me or anything that you would like to know about, feel free to contact me at any point. I am at the Humane Society, and I have put my card in there for you. That's my personal cell phone number, so you're welcome to call or text at any point. I know that we don't all have 9 to 5 jobs. I am available in the evenings as well if you have a terribly hectic day and need to get a hold of me. Are there any?
Could you take a minute and talk about the relationship between you and our elementary curriculum department and how that all has worked to make this successful?
All right. Yep. So when we started, Dr. Mayer was kind enough to say, we're going to wholeheartedly embrace this, and I want to give you someone who's actually on my staff that you can work with. And so I was working with Michael Cullen for a while, and basically we all get together, Jennifer Beck as well, we get together at the beginning of everything and we decide, okay, what do we need to do? What are our concerns? How do we incorporate all of this? And together we partner and make decisions. It's not just the Humane Society making decisions or just the school board. We're actually working in a partnership to make sure that things go well for us. So we've worked together all the time. My liaison is always in contact with me. We are talking every single week. If there's any concerns, I immediately let them know. I mean, even if it's a kid cried, I'll say, a pre-K kid cried today because they, didn't want to get on the bus. They thought it was going to leave the school with them. And, so we make them aware of every situation. And so we're constantly working together, trying to make sure that all concerns are covered. At the end of each day, I always check in with whoever my contact is for that school, and I, again, make them aware if there was any issues. If things went great, I say things were wonderful and great, and we just keep going like that. So we go to the school however many days it takes to see all of the grades. So some schools take as quick as 3 days, some schools are as long as 7 days, but we're not leaving until we've seen every single grade at that school. Any other questions that you can think of? All right, thank you so much, guys, for embracing us. I can't tell you how much we appreciate this, and it's been so amazing. Best year of my life, and I hope that every single year that we get to continue this, because I think it should be part of a child's growing up. They should be able to look back and fondly remember when they had the Magic Bark Bus, and their kids have the Magic Bark Bus. So thank you, we appreciate
Thank
it.
you, we appreciate you.
Yes, absolutely.
Is there any public comment?
Stan Hansen, 7074 Southeast 12th Circle. Let me go beyond just the words and tell you three things that the community is working on to help this program. First, there's my son's foundation, which is called the Adam Hansen Better Communities Fund, will pledge $10,000 to this program. Second and third thing, Marty Funk and Dory Funk, who are good friends of my wife and I, and you know the Funks have been very active with it. We have two things we're planning and working out, and 50% of the proceeds of those will go to Champions for Champions and the Humane Society. First thing we're planning, and we've been working on this in Japan, is a wrestling match, which is going to bring some really top-notch wrestlers to the community. We're just looking for a venue to do it. And the Funks have agreed, and I've agreed because I'm helping fund the program, my wife and I are, that we'll put part of those proceeds into this program. Mrs. Funk has on display right now 41 pieces of art that her father painted. They were done, I think, back starting in 1926. And they're on display at the Riley Arts Center right now. And she's going to auction those off later in the year. And 20%, I think she's doing 10% of the proceeds to the Humane Society and 10% to Champions for Champions of what she gets in that artwork. And that art collection's probably over $1 million. So, you know, that will be a nice hit to those when we get that done too. So beyond words, I wanted to put a little, you know, green stuff on the table that really gets this going. To me, this is a model 501c3 operation. No taxpayer dollars, which I like because I don't like taxes. And it has got the community involvement in it that we really need to have. And the thing that my wife and I like most about it is the reading component. As you know, we're big on getting reading programs going, and this does it in spades. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Hanson.
Ms. Hanson.
Nice.
Okay, is there any more public comment? We'll gladly take it if.
Bring your money with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move forward. I'm just moving the board membership dues and the ICROC procedures update around because we have Dr. Gonzalez here, and that way he can move on his way. Let's see.
We're going to go ahead and, the bus has got to be at a school right
Okay,
now, so-
thank you.
Thank you so much. bud.
We appreciate you. All right. I'm going to pass these to you. Okay, I am handing out a draft from the Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee. Dr. Mike Gonzalez is here today even to discuss it a little bit, of what his thoughts. There are some changes on here because originally, you know, the referendum was passed in 2014 and we know that it will expire here in July, and then the new referendum will begin in June or July of 2019. Some of the changes that he or they are proposing is they want to know, I guess, do we want to keep it where the members that are on there will continue to stay on there, or do they want to not have that? His concerns are, Dr. Gonzalez, do you want to come up and share your thoughts on that process, or you want me to share it?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the board members, Dr. Myers,
Good morning.
Gibbs, and Ms. Nicole. As we discussed this with Mr. Gibbs twice, as a matter of fact, there were some areas that were somewhat gray, and one of those was the matter pertaining to the membership. Okay. what you're seeing, Kelly, I assume that they have both the draft and,
They have the draft, and then it's red line, and then the new language.
if I can just walk you through that, the first two subparagraphs are very easy to understand. It's obsolete because we're no longer in 2015. So a new paragraph was developed for the purposes of this new ICROC referendum, 4 years, which is paragraph B, A and B. Now, with respect to the ICROC membership, the previous document was not clear about that. It simply had them there, and that was it. When I started looking at this sometime last year, I said, this is confusing because we're going to have a vote on it, and assuming that the vote is favorable, then this is going to bring out some questions, particularly because it alludes to the fact, or alluded to the fact, that members can only be for 4 years. And after that, what happens? Well, I have right now 4 original founding fathers, if you will, 3 of which have said it seems like we want to stay. One of them, which is the current secretary of the ICROC committee, Nick Blazer, he's going to end his time at the end of this year. Okay. That leaves Mr. Phil Hyde, Diana Williams, and Michael Holloway. The other members, including myself, we have anywhere from 2 years to even less than that. And of course, there are 2 alternate positions that are currently unfilled. One would have to be filled by Ms. McCall, and the other one by Ms. Stacy. For those new members, whatever positions were filled by your predecessors, they're still in good standing unless the board decides to wipe out, the entire membership and build it from scratch. Some of us believe that that would be a mistake because there's an awful lot of corporate memory with the folks that have been with us for quite a while. And one of the guys that I talk to often, Mr. Phil Hyde, if you're in doubt about anything about Marion County, this is the guy you want to talk to, okay, because he is an encyclopedia. But that said, I believe that this is your decision, not ours, okay? We will do whatever the board decides to do. But in discussing this further with Mr. Gibbs, pardon me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gibbs, this has to be approved 45 days from.
No, yeah, it's already on rulemaking, so it has to go through rulemaking and be approved, so we have it on the schedule. You can take this home today, and it'll come back on the next work session if you want to look it over and think about what you want to do with it.
But it's got to be in place.
Yep, it has to be in place before July, because the new one kicks in July 1st, so it's set up for rulemaking to be approved in June.
The other matter was, last year and the year before, we somewhat struggled at times to get replacements. And Ms. Brenda, she was Ms. Nicole's predecessor, she was on top of it all the time. She did not waste any times. Many times she found herself, asking over and over again. After her, Ms. Selena did the same thing. For a while there, we thought, gee whiz, this is really worth it, or can we just leave the members as they are until they decide to quit, or what? But in any case, we need your cooperation on this. Whenever there is a vacancy, we would like to fill as quickly as possible. That's the first thing. The second thing is, at least in the time that I've been a member of ICROC, there has never been 100% attendance with the alternates. Not a single time, except last December. Last December was the very first time that it happened, minus those 2 positions that we don't have. So it is very hard to get people, to do this. I am told that when this thing started back in 2015, there were people lined up, tripping over each other, wanting to be members. I think things have sort of dissolved, and that's not the case anymore. So the committee is more than willing to do its fair share, but we need the board's help with that too. And I know that, to find volunteers and come at night times, but gee whiz, we're not talking about a whole lot of time for the quarterly reports. If anything, the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary were the ones that sort of keep things moving throughout the year for one reason or the other. The other aspect that was important to us, if in fact there is a member that is running for a board position, we believe it'd be best that that person resign once the county has acknowledged his official nomination to run for office. And the reason being is because there's an awful lot of information that is being discussed, which would be somewhat unfair to other candidates running for the same position, albeit the meetings are open to everybody, but we don't see an awful lot of crowds, coming in here. So that was one aspect that we believe it should be inserted. The rest of the document itself, even from the previous one, pretty much reads as it was, okay? There was no reason to change it. And the one last thing, it would allow, with the new document, it would allow the Oversight Committee to at least refer members to the responsible district board member, and ultimately, the board member is the one that decides whether or not he or she is going to go along with that. It just gives ICROC a little bit of leverage. It doesn't mean that we are the final say-so, far from it. You folks are the elected individuals, not us, okay? And that's pretty much it. The first draft was discussed and sent out by email. I got some feedback. Some of them said, I don't have any problem with it. Others said, I do have a problem with it. One of the aspects that we also added to this was to encourage committee members to visit the schools. I want to acknowledge it publicly and thank Dr. Myers and her staff to allowing us to do that. It's been very, very productive, very educational. Every school is different. And the gentleman that was here before me pretty much said it, quite eloquently. It's a huge district. It's a huge area to cover. And we have piggybacked an awful lot this year with the CTE tours that have been directed by Mr. Vianello and his people and the principals of those schools. But aside from that, we've also visited several elementary schools, and I can't say enough about it. It's been very, very rewarding, and that information is shared with the committee members, and we intend to include that in our next report coming up in the fall. So at this time, I yield to you for whatever questions you may have.
Ms. Stacy and then Ms. McCall.
I really agree that the membership should not be limited. It's so hard to get people to serve. I mean, even paid boards, county commission, school board, we're not limited on how many years we can serve. I don't believe we should limit a volunteer on how many years they can serve when they're so hard to find. And I think that's a little bit asking more of the pot than they ask of the kettle. I mean, I believe in 8-year term limits for school board members, but it's not the law, but I believe it. So I do what I want, and I'd say 2 terms. But as far as a member of a committee, I think they know when they're ready to leave public service, and they're being volunteers. And so I really would like that changed, that we have a 4-year. Honestly, I had never even paid attention to it.
Well, I asked Mr. Gibbs if he knew of anything since it was already here when he assumed.
I don't think it ever dawned on me that it was a 4-year. I probably, how you see something that's right in front of you, but it doesn't absorb. But I don't like the 4-year membership limit, and that's my position on that. I don't know how the rest of the board members feel.
Ms. McCall.
It was 4 years because the referendum went for 4 years, so that was the reason for that. I think that, number one, each board member has a responsibility to find people, just like any other board. Here are the expectations. Can you do this? If they say yes, fine. But I think we need to take more responsibility on finding people that are willing to serve and that will serve. And I think that onus is on us. I'm kind of in a quandary here because it was for the first 4-year referendum. So do we start a brand-new committee, or do we ask the folks that are serving that we want to stay on to serve again, if they're the ones that we put on there? Do we revamp it so that we have a whole new committee because it's a new referendum? So I think that's the quandary that we have. My members I'm comfortable with, and I would say, would you like to stay on for another 4 years for this new referendum. But I think it's on us to be sure we have qualified people. So, Mr. Gibbs, I'm not sure, because of the way this was written and the intention of it was only for that first referendum.
And that's why it's coming back now, is it's expiring, the current rules.
Correct.
So we have to renew it. You guys can do what you want to do. If everybody says, you know, you want to reappoint people and you just want to reappoint
I
the
think
ones
we
who are
need to
already there.
reappoint. I don't
then
think
you
we
can do
need to
that.
continue. I think because it's a new referendum, we, as each of us have 2 plus an alternate, we need to find those people for this new 4-year term.
It would be a reappointment, so.
So it would be a reappointment for,
You can say, we're going to keep the ones that are on there if you're happy with it. If everybody wants to say, hey, I want to review and meet with my people and do that.
absolutely.
and
I
I'll
think
decide.
that onus is on us.
That's up to you guys.
But I'm not comfortable just status quo, keeping it going, because the intention was 4 years, and now new referendum, so we either reappoint. So I think we need to reappoint.
Well, I think it was more than an intention. I went in board docs and pulled the actual document, because the red line one you have today is not the original. On March 15th, 2015, at the school board meeting, this was passed. There were 3 board members that night. It was Carol Ely, Nancy Stacy, and Angie Boynton, and it passed 3-0. In the original, the term of membership actually said that each appointing authority shall appoint 2 members and an alternate for an initial term of 4 years, and that was in the original document. And it also said in the original document, under 2A, that the school board shall establish the ICROC, and 2 members and 1 alternate shall be appointed by each member of the school board, and that's missing out of this revision.
I think
There's a lot of missing things out
I
of,
need to review this, but
Yeah.
I think it's on us
Yeah.
to make those appointments. And we need to be,
well, I think that was the intent too of the original.
right. That's all I have to say.
And it said like initial appointment of 4 years. This was all such new ground for us, initial appointment of 4 years, but it didn't say it was limited to that,
Right, right. But it does say that the school board should appoint.
initial appointments, yeah.
Well, again.
I don't have a
the
problem with
message is from
reappointing.
The oversight committee, it's up to the board to determine how you best want to do this, and we will abide to your desires.
Well, you do have 2 new board members that were not part of that process. And I think we should be afforded the right
Absolutely.
to review those people that are in those seats and make a determination on whether or not we want to retain them or if we want to appoint someone else new. We may want to reappoint them, but we may completely want to go in a different direction.
And that's fine.
And you probably have people that just aren't even active that maybe were appointed back then that really aren't even really active in your group, don't you?
Well, that's why I say, like, almost this one is would disband this
disappeared.
one, and then if we reappoint to start a new one, I mean, I
if
think
someone
that's
hasn't-
that makes it a clean slate.
I agree. The reappointment, at least they could still continue to serve. But if you've got someone on there that's names there that hasn't showed up in a year, but yet they're still on there.
No. There is a procedure that when a committee member is absent twice.
Oh, twice,
I,
okay.
as a chair, send him an email, says, hey, I'm waving flag. If you're absent again, we have to let you go.
Okay.
And I had to do that last year with 3 members.
Okay.
Just completely disappeared. Never heard from them, even from my email.
And then it's on us to find those appointments. But I don't want to usurp the power of this board. We said to the committee, the board members choose those people to sit on the referendum committee, and I'm not willing to usurp that.
That's true, but also we need to make sure as a board we do our due diligence.
Absolutely.
Because as Dr. Gonzalez stated, there's 2 empty spots and they've been empty for a while, haven't they?
They have
How, and it's
at least a year.
at least a year. So there's 2 sitting board members that haven't appointed anyone.
So one of my
So-
suggestions is that we have an expectations sheet that we can actually, when we're sitting down and talking to people that we want to appoint, this is how I work with boards on strategic planning when they're working on getting new board members. here are those board expectations. Can you meet this? And if they say yes, I think we need to have them sign an expectation sheet that they will attend those meetings and hold them somewhat accountable. But then the onus is on us for our own members that we've appointed. But we need to let them know what the expectations are up front.
So the two that are open is Ms. McCall and me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
In the
But-
past, we have just received the name of somebody has shown up, and that was it, and that person was appointed by ex-board member. What your suggestion, I applaud that, because in reality, it's just been, again, a very gray area.
So I think we disband, and because that gives Mr. Cummings and Ms. Thrower an opportunity to talk to the people that are in those appointed spots, and they may have somebody else, and the rest of us can reappoint for the upcoming ICROC committee. I think that's clean.
On that?
There's a few things that I wanted to share. There's been 3 funding referendums in recent memory. The first one did not pass. It was a $500,000 for capital and a $500,000 for operating. And I was vice president of Mayors United for Public Education at that time. And when it did not pass, we realized we needed to professionalize what we were doing and get the message to the community of how important it was to support our public schools. So then the second time around, we just did the $1 million for operating, and it passed. Great. This time around, again, bringing the case to the community, and you were very instrumental in that, Ms. McCall, and thank you for that, and I know the rest of the board at the time was too. And that wasn't always the case. There were board members that were not supportive of the funding referendum in the past. So my point in this is saying that it passed at 73%, right, this time around? So we obviously have the confidence of the community in what we're doing. And I think that maintaining an independent Citizens Oversight Committee was the linchpin of that passing.
That was part of it, but there's more to that.
Yes. However, people were very interested in knowing that there was going to be people from the community involved. And I do believe very strongly, and I've had a different experience. I've had people, even for the textbook review committee, that wanted to participate. But it's time to professionalize what we're doing and make sure that we're selecting people and looking for people that really want to support public education and that are 100% about the intention of the referendum and nothing else. And in order for the committee to maintain its independent status, I think it's very important to have a mix of people and not just have the same people serving over and over and over. So I like the idea of disbanding. I like the idea of having the opportunity to appoint people that have already been serving, and I thank you so much for your work and Mr. Hyde, and because having that institutional knowledge is very important, and I know that's why Ms. Noonan wanted you to fill when she had to step down. It's important to maintain that continuity. You don't remember your history without having historians available.
I was fairly new when she contacted me when I was in France.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Maybe 6-7 months under my belt.
Right. And you had a chance to learn from her, and hopefully people will have a chance to learn from you. So where I am with this is that we have strong community support. So why would we be looking at making fundamental changes? I think we need to be very careful about that. And the fact of the matter is that we were elected to oversee the funding, and we appreciate the Oversight Committee's input, but there's a fine line between what our expectations are and what we've been elected to do and what an Oversight Committee brings to us in terms of their input. So I had asked, before I even got elected, about the process of appointing and when, our opportunities would come. So I thought that was what we were going to be talking about today. So, and this is just something, this revised proposal, I am not in support of of it. I think, again, that we have the community's confidence in us, and I take that very seriously. And there's no way I want to make any fundamental changes to what we're doing. I agree there's some language that's outdated and needs to be cleaned up, but as for the rest of it, I'm ready to take responsibility as a school board member that I was elected to do, to reach out into the community and bring people on board that will be dedicated and that will maintain the integrity of what this was for initially. Thank you.
And the committee doesn't have any problem with that. On the contrary, we've been somewhat, implying that we want the board to step up and do something about this, okay?
Right.
So the draft was merely a catalyst. It wasn't intended to consider it fait accompli.
So each time we reappoint, it would be a reappointment for 4 years?
No, I think
for
we
2
are
years.
appointing for the new referendum, which is a 4-year funding cycle. So they would be appointed for 4 years. And then if something happened that they had to resign for some reason, then that person would be appointed to fulfill that 4-year term.
Okay, gotcha.
And what you mentioned about history, I think is very important in this case too, and that the initial thoughts and the initial wording of the 2015 document, the spirit of that, you may want to reflect upon.
So can you please
Yes,
have
yes.
Elena send that
Yes.
to us so we can see the original document?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll ask you to, when you get the original from 2015 from that school board meeting, what I thought was interesting that evening was that it only passed when certain wording was changed, and that the word advising was removed and sharing information. So it went from what you had mentioned where the committee was supposed to be telling the board what to do. It was changed and only passed because the wording at that meeting changed to one as a totally just sharing information back and
why
forth. So that intent of the committee,
You know why it changed?
I have an idea.
I did not like the
Right.
advisory council
Yeah.
idea as far as advising the board, because then we were in the sunshine with you.
Yeah.
And I wanted it out of the sunshine. I wanted us to be able to talk to people and talk to our members of our IROC committee, because if we had left it as a school board advisory council or committee, we would be in the sunshine with you, and then, because if you're advising us, we couldn't talk to you. But that's the reason, Dr. Mayor, I wanted it, I didn't like the language of advisory. I liked sharing, not advising us.
And that's the night it went to oversight. So you'll see that stricken through. So we'll get that,
So, and that's a misconception, because there are those that think that they have to operate in the sunshine. But what you're saying now is it was set up so that they
reason I
did
set it
not
up like
have to
this.
set it up that way. So I think I think we need to really,
The actual committee has to be in the sunshine. So
yes.
The committee has to meet in the sunshine.
Okay.
That's clear.
But I can talk to them because they're not advising me. I like,
Individual members, yeah.
and there's also been, because that's the reason we used to, when I was on the board, like even when Mr. Tomlin was here, I would set things up as possible superintendent advisory council, and I could talk to them. If it was a school board advisory council, I couldn't talk with them really, because it was advising me. It was a whole sunshine difference. But if they're advising the superintendent, I can talk to them.
So the committee itself operates in the
Committee,
sunshine.
the 2 or more committee members together have to be in the sunshine. So they cannot be together.
Okay.
The other thing to keep in mind, too, is that the original procedures and guidelines were modeled after Pinellas County's funding referendum and also Seminole's. And I will also throw in there that both Pinellas and Seminole are A and B districts. So there was a lot of thought and careful consideration and research that went into developing the original guidelines. So again, I'm very hesitant to deviate too far from them, because you know what? It's been working. We've had an incredible amount of support. Look at the vocational programs that have come from the funding referendum. This is something that we're doing right. So I guess I'm also wondering why we're spending time looking at changing something. It's kind of like the old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
What hasn't worked is is the committee members' attendance.
Right,
And I
and
think
that part
that's
we've
on
got
us,
to.
that when the people that we appoint are not attending, we're the ones that need to be making that phone call and saying,
Right, that
you
shouldn't
said
be up
you
to
wanted
the
to do
chairman.
this. If you cannot do this, I need to know so I can appoint somebody that can.
Right.
And so that's on us.
Right, and it's too important to not have really active, vibrant members that are representing us. We're talking $16-18 million now. So, that's everything I have to
year.
say.
A
Yes,
year.
a year.
Okay.
Any other,
Well,
Do you have anything?
Ms. Kelly, any other questions?
Okay, no, I guess what we'll do is we'll review it, and then we'll
Yeah.
meet back on the 23rd to discuss
I will,
again
I
and
will.
see if there's anything else we want to add or whatever.
For your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
This is the last time you'll hear from me today. Stan Hansen, 7074 Southeast 12th Circle. First of all, in the 21 years I've been here, I've been on 7 advisory committees / boards over that time. I've never been on one that had term limits. So I think the idea of taking the term limits out is a good idea, personally. The board members should be able to appoint whomever they want, whenever they want, for however long they want. They shouldn't be set by, you got to have them for 4 years. You want to change them in 6 weeks, you can change them. So I'd take that out of the language.
I think I agree with you.
You don't need that really in there. You
think
do
I'm right.
what you want
We
to do
don't want to entrench.
with that group, and you don't need a 4-year term to do it. Second thing, I noticed something snuck in there about, that wasn't in the original. I've looked at the original 215, and I've looked at the 219, and I've compared them, and I had a little time yesterday afternoon, so I looked through. I'm not too keen on the idea of having a board advising you on who they think you should take.
Do what now?
There's a provision in this new thing that says the current committee will give you some advice on who they think you might want to pick. You don't need that, really. Frankly, if you're going to start this from a new 4-year period, I think you're going to be shocked if you went out and did, just like we're doing with the superintendent's job. Let the public know that you have these openings. Post them, put it in the newspaper. Let them submit an application like they do for all the advisory committees in the county and the city.
And that's what used to happen, Mr. Hanson. We all had to, we had to submit an application.
Yeah, and I think, because I think you might be shocked at some people who aren't as vocal and getting out in the community like me and some of my old crony friends. There's a lot of good young talent in this community that maybe doesn't know about these kind of opportunities. So take this as, if you've got a new 4-year period, take this as an opportunity to open up that application process. I mean, look at what we get by changing, we got 2 new members on the board, look at the difference that has made in this board. This board is now functioning very effectively in just the addition of 2 members. Couldn't the same thing happen with that committee? So I would cast my net broader, and I wouldn't be too dependent on the ideas given you by the current members as to who you should pick. It should be your decision, and you should be reviewing applications and deciding on your own. The only other thing that I had somewhat of an issue with is the idea of visits to the schools. Mrs. Stacy hears from teachers, I hear from staff a lot. Those visits create a lot of duplication for staff. And I don't know why you need to have members of that committee going out visiting schools, and they're actually probably doing it violating the Sunshine Law, because they're going out 2 and 3 at a time together. And technically, I've never seen that posted that they were visiting, because isn't that a meeting, Mr. Lawyer? When two
Yeah, 2 people can
go-
meet if you're not discussing anything.
But they're
and-
discussing
And it's
your-
fine.
they're
I'm not
discussing-
involved with them that in depth, so I don't know exactly how they go about
I
their
think it's
visit.
better if they don't. I mean, you can request people to come to your meetings during the 4 times a year you're having a meeting, you get all the information you need. What the staff tells me is it's duplicate time. You board members are going to visit, and then they get the committee coming out and visit. Yeah, it's good PR, and they get to find out more about it, but you know, we need to have the staff have some time to do their jobs, just not preparing for people coming visiting the schools. And I think you need to take a look at how necessary is it to include that in the policy, that they visit schools. It wasn't in the original one. So, and then the last thing I had, this group needs some training in the sunshine laws. I've been to 2 meetings. I've watched sidebar conversations being held between the people. I've watched them recess or end the meeting and then ask the members to stay. For what reason, I don't know, but it sure doesn't give a perception to people in the community that there's something going on behind the scenes if you're going to conclude the meeting and then ask people to come back that are on there to talk with you. So I don't know what kind of training they're getting, but I'd advise you as you start this, maybe Mr. Gibbs could give that group that you finally decide on some training about what you can do and can't do. And I am concerned about going out to the schools in groups of 2 and violating the sunshine law. So be very careful, okay? That's my only comments.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Hanson.
Mr.
Mr.
Gibbs,
Hanson, can I get you to fill out a form before you leave with your...
Two forms.
There's 2 forms. There is the blue ones, I believe, right there in the end, just stating your name and address so we can give it to Nicole for record.
I have to do it twice?
That's what they say.
For items, yeah. Each item that you address.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Ms.
Thank
King,
you.
can I just say, when the first, because I was asked to put in an application for the very first ICROC committee. There was a notice in the newspaper, there were lots of things that went out, and there were tons of applications that came in. And then the school board members had people, and if they didn't have anybody, they looked through some of those applications and were able to. So they did throw a very broad net. There were a ton of applications at one time.
And that's exactly the way it was intended to work, where the school board would have a lot of responsibility.
Let's,
I'm not questioning the qualifications of the current committee at all. I mean, it's a good committee. What I'm saying is, can it be better? Are there people you're missing out there? There's a lot of people in this county, and you know, you lose track. I mean, Mrs. Stacy knows in 5 years, the people you knew 5 years ago aren't even here in some cases. So, 4 years, in 4 years, there could be a lot of new people in this community that would be good assets to that committee.
Thank you.
I have a question for the attorney on this. If they are, at what point, what kind of committees, if they're not advising the school board and they're not advising the superintendent, why do they have to operate in the sunshine?
Because they're your oversight committee for the public, and that's how you pass it in the referendum.
Correct.
So as a committee, they're required to meet. They're doing school board oversight. So
Well,
that's
so are
their
principals when
function.
they meet, and different ones, and they're not.
Principals are hired as employees. They're employees of the district. This is a committee that you've appointed. I mean, you guys could have gone to the public and said, we're going to oversee our thing. The public likes that you have a committee appointed. They're your appointed and designated group to oversee this funds, to report to the board that it's being used as
Right, it's an
intended.
oversight committee, but they're not advising anyone, so I don't understand why
They're-
they have to be in the sunshine.
The rules still say they have to operate in the sunshine.
I've been on 2 committees similar to this.
It was oversight?
And the lawyers advised us.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, we got into a problem with Brad King on one of them. And it was the same issue about us visiting locations in groups of 2.
If
He
you,
said,
But you were, but weren't you an elected, like, appointed board or something from,
appointed by the county commissioners, just like this one is appointed.
but were you considered an advisory board to the county commission?
It was considered, one of them was called an advisory council.
See, that's the reason I got
The other one
advisory
was
council.
not. It was a PLAC,
See,
which is not an advisory council. It was basically, it was monitoring the funds that were in.
I remember that.
Penny Park. Just like this group is monitoring, we were monitoring that. And, you know, we went out.
How, you weren't written up as an advisory council to the county commission or anything like that?
It was a committee. It was a statutory committee that operated under the sunshine laws. We couldn't even talk to each other after the meetings.
yeah, 2 of them should not be talking.
Right.
And that would be my recommendation. I would keep it that way. I don't
I
think
mean, I don't
it's
have a problem with it, but I mean, I was just wondering if it's,
I mean,
are we,
Preclude you from talking to them outside.
no, well, that's the reason I liked it not being advisory council to me, or else I would be in trouble.
there's a simple fix. All they have to do is say, ICROC members may be visiting whatever school on Wednesday. I mean, that's all they got to post it, yeah. So if they post it so everybody knows that they may be attending, then,
As I say, I'm talking from what I hear from staff. You know, it takes time to
You know-
prepare those meetings. I just don't, I think you got a fine line. You don't want to have a shadow school board.
Right. And I have,
That's what could happen. You get the perception that this group is a shadow school board. And we have shadow governments, you know, and that doesn't work. So I think it's you, not them. It's you that have to control this whole process.
and I have the issue that if we're going to be the board that the people have selected and put up here to do the right thing, that we have to be transparent, that the committee needs to be transparent. If we need to put something in there about sunshine law, ethics, and all those things, we need to make sure that those people that we're appointing, yeah, those people
That
that
should
we're
be part of
appointing
their orientation
need
to
to
the
know
board.
that, because,
To the ICROC
We-
committee.
Not done that.
correct, and those things need to be done.
It's time to
Thank you, Mr.
formalize
Hanson.
and
They're run on
professionalize.
unicorn status.
So Paul, I'm going to suggest, I believe there is a meeting in June. Maybe if you can, have you already been invited to attend that meeting? Okay, I'm going to ask if that's okay, that you attend that meeting and discuss the sunshine law with them in
if
case.
you're
there
going
is
to
some-
reappoint in June, it wouldn't make sense. So, I mean, you
Okay.
might want to wait till your appointments are in place
When
and
they
then
are.
do their first meeting after that, or schedule an extra orientation session where I could show up. And,
Okay.
that would be my recommendation.
All right, so that's what we'll do. We're going to have a sunshine as soon as that. Do we want to reflect on this between the 23rd, or is there any further discussion about what was discussed today? I agree. I do not think that we should have term limits because, like, you know, the people I selected, I would hate to see them leave if, you know.
You can reappoint them for this new, if we're talking about disbanding the current committee, and then we can reappoint.
But
for
did the referendum say it was a 4-year term or 4-year?
Right, that's what I want to be clear on, that
What the
it's,
referendum said. I don't know.
Well, the
It's all about-
referendum
It doesn't say
is,
four-year.
Oversight committee. It doesn't go
No.
into any.
The original did, though.
the original said.
The original, the 2015 did.
Well, on the-
Elena's making copies now
Yeah,
for
on
you.
the ballot question in 2015, it said with oversight of these expenditures by an independent Citizens Financial Oversight Committee. It didn't go into detail about how long the term would be on the ballot question.
That's correct.
It was
But they could go back
assumed
to the
because it
minutes.
was 4 years.
And
In
the
your
ballot,
processes,
the
though.
ballot this time was to continue the same referendum, and you just added the school safety to the purpose of it, so.
So a lot of this has to reflect back to that board meeting. In the board member meeting, we said we would do it for 4 years. And so,
Yeah, that's how long the referendum is. It doesn't say how long their terms will be. I mean, the 4 years was put in place because they're expiring. Right now, the
no, what I'm
committee,
saying is, if
is
that,
expiring.
if Ms. Mayor, Dr. Mayor saw in the minutes of the board meeting, did we say?
Coming in now. Yes,
4
it
years?
did. In the process, he said for a 4-year term, but it also said that you could appoint as you wish. So
That's like an
she'll be here in a
and/or.
minute.
okay.
An and/or.
And then also, I would like to suggest that if we are going to appoint, I do recall, I think we had like 75 applications.
Oh, it was
And it
a
was
lot of-
nice to pull from and look at. If we're going to do that, I think we should advertise it and then give everybody
That was my
a
next question.
chance to.
So there is an
Aye.
application, and we probably need to look to see if there's any changes that need to be made to it, and somewhere Nicole or Elena must have that application.
She's on it.
And then get that out to the public, get it on our website, let it, put it in the newspaper to go to the
Celebrate the
website.
renewal and
Yeah,
invite them.
And I would
absolutely.
I would be curious if you would just send me, we might not even have it right now, I mean, I don't want to talk about it. Like, who are the 2 people that were appointed for these 2 seats? I'd just be curious who on the membership.
I don't even
They're
know.
right there.
They're listed by,
Right there, but they're listed by district.
So, yeah, these were the appointments that Angie and Bobby made, and now it's got Eric and Nancy's, but those were not their appointments.
So it says, where do you see though that it says
It
the
says
numbers
right
here?
It's, the line goes.
Oh, the line goes to
The
it.
line goes to it right there.
But see, I didn't,
So like mine are.
Well,
this
so
is by
here's
district
you,
three.
that's who you
Okay,
appointed
so,
right there, those 2.
oh, I see how you do it. Since I'm blind, I can't see that light red line.
So that's what it is.
All I saw was bold.
So,
See
I mean,
the
you can keep whoever
skinny
you
little
want
line.
to keep. I just think we need to have that opportunity
But they need they need a recommitment. We need to not just assume, they need to recommit, and we need to show them what the expectations are, just like any new person.
And then at that point, the newly appointed ICROC committee would then go about their business of selecting a chair and,
Absolutely.
okay.
That's what's clean. I mean, I think that makes it very clean.
Yeah.
And that shows the community that we're continuing with this. This is a new funding cycle, so new committee.
And as far as visiting the schools, just quickly, I think it's good for the ICROC members to get a chance to see what the dollars are that they're giving input on are going for, and the showcase, the CTE showcase opportunities, that's are planned, and so it's not duplication of time and effort, and it gives them a chance to see, for real, what those dollars do for our schools. So I think in that sense, that part is good. But there was also something in the newly proposed about them getting district badges, and I'm thinking, if you're going to be independent, why would you have a district badge? And because that's sort of, to me, that's blending. We want them to be separate from the district so they can be truly independent. And if they see something that they feel could be remiss in monitoring expenditures and what job descriptions are, that they'll bring that to our attention, feeling completely free to do that.
And I would suggest, if they want to visit the schools, that we set up
A caravan.
a caravan that are scheduled caravans, that if you, as an ICROC member, want to visit some of the programs, these are the dates that we have set up to do it. And I think that makes it clean. The community knows that, and then if they miss the caravan, well, that's on them. But I just think that just to independently go out to the schools, I would much rather see a caravan. These are the dates we'll be visiting these middle schools. These are the dates we're visiting these elementary schools as a committee.
Right.
And that's how it's done.
And do it with the ICROC committee schedules in mind.
Exactly. But
So
no, they
that-
don't
so
need
that-
district
'cause we
badges.
want them
They're
to
not a part of the
participate.
district. They're a committee.
Now, if it's publicly advertised, can the committee then talk to one another on these caravans? I mean,
Yeah, it would have to be advertised and.
They're not voting on anything.
but they can't talk to each other.
But
Remember?
not supposed to be
He's telling
discussed.
me.
Just like if you guys go to a school, we advertise
could
it.
if
If
we
you guys, when
advertise
you guys did your lunches at school.
Right.
It was advertised and it's
Right.
open, so. they
Right.
have to
And then the
conduct-
committee could caravan and talk and discuss things with one another as if it was an open IROC committee.
Yeah.
You can't discuss business.
Yeah, if it's publicly advertised, they could. Because Joe could ride along if he wants to, or he don't. It's up to him. It's publicly advertised.
So I think we understand there's some changes that need to be made, and I want time to look at all of this.
Okay, well, we'll come back on the 23rd.
And I get what Mr. Hanson's saying also about disturbing staff. As a school board member, I have never just gone to the schools to show myself, like, here's Nancy Stacy, school board member. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with disrupting the school, even as a school board member, sashaying through there, taking up the principal's time. If the teachers need me, they call me. Principal needs me, I talk to principals. They contact me. I don't need to walk around like Queen Nancy Stacy at a school as a school board member, just coming in, sashaying around to accomplish absolutely nothing. And so I agree, Mr. Hanson, that it takes up staff time to do that. And from the minute I got on the board, I told my principals early on, I said, if y'all need me, call me. I'm not going to come out here and get all in, because it takes up the principal's time, because they feel they have to walk with me, they have to come with me.
They have a school to run.
They have a school to run. They don't have time to entertain a school board member. And if they got a problem, trust me, I have no problem getting phone calls. I get more than my fair share from all the different schools, every district, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, people are calling me. And so I agree, Mr. Hanson, that it is, it's inconvenient for people just to drop in and take up the principal's time when she might be headed to a principal meeting or something like that. And I like the idea of advertising the caravan, because for the same reason I don't go out and bother my principals and my school teachers, I don't believe that our committees should bother them either. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none. Real quick, a couple weeks ago, we had the Florida School Board Association membership fees. Originally, it was like $21,525, but I believe, Nancy, you're invoking, you don't want to be part of the Florida School Board Association, correct?
I never have been.
Right, okay. So our total is going to be $17,220. Do I have a consensus that we want to? Okay, so we have that.
The only way for us to become certified school board members.
I guess I was early on, but I do my own thing with
Okay,
that.
thank you. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. All right, we're going to begin with school start and stop times with Mr. Ken McAteer.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman King, Vice Chair Pastor Cummings, members of the board, Dr. Mayer, Mr. Gibbs, and Ms. Prestino. For the past 3 years, we brought school start end times before the board in late May, early June, only to have to come back in front of you in July with revised time. Our goal this year is just to see you once in July. We know that many of our start end times will change after school grades are released, and we're optimistic that many, if not all, of our schools will be removed from having to have extended learning days. In addition, we are working with our high schools on increasing the instructional minutes at a few of them, as has been a point of emphasis with DOE, and we want to make sure that we are in complete compliance for funding reasons. We will be asking our schools to proceed into summer planning as if they will be using the same schedule as this year, knowing that there will be adjustments in early July after school grades are released. Again, we are very optimistic that this will positively affect many of our elementary schools. We will work diligently with Mr. Leppert and Ms. Rora to have finalized times for you at the July 18th work session for approval on July 23rd. Questions?
No. Seeing none. Thank you. Any public comment?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McAteer. All right, now we need a break. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So 10:51, we will begin.
Couldn't reappoint without a break.
Okay, good morning. We are reconvening at 10:51, and we will be discussing Camp SOAR with Ms. Eubanks.
Madam Chair and Board.
Morning.
Dr. Mayor. We're here to review our beta tests that we did for teacher workdays this year. Camp SOAR stands for Science, Opportunities, Arts, and Recreation. And we did that to provide a safe and engaging program for students. It was a beta test to see kind of where our strengths and where our stretches were. And we created it in a response to community needs for childcare when school is not in session for our students. And we offered that test on January 2nd and March 15th. It was offered at Dr. N.H. Jones. Originally, when we came to the board about doing the test, it was going to be offered at Legacy, Oakcrest, Saddlewood, and Jones. Our numbers didn't warrant opening up all 4 locations, not from a programming standpoint and certainly not from a financial standpoint. So we came together and decided that Dr. N.H. Jones was the central location that we would house the program. And 50 students were registered for the January 2nd one, and 48 students attended. We offered it again on March 15th. We had 47 students that registered and 43 that attended. The fee was $20 for the day. We served breakfast, lunch, and snack, and the hour of operations were 7 to 5. And it was available for pre-K through 5th grade students. I'm going to turn it over to Karen, and she's going to go over the programming for the day.
Thank you. When we created the programming for Camp SOAR, we created it with our mission of providing science, opportunities, arts, and recreation. We had 4 45-minute programming blocks in the morning and 3 programming blocks in the afternoon. This provided additional opportunities for our communities to partner to come in and bring instruction. We had 4-H representatives that came in and provided the STEM component. The BARK bus from the Humane Society came in and provided additional opportunities for humane education for our students. The City of Ocala Parks and Recreation provided outside physical activity, games, and recreation. And then we had specialty programming items that were delivered by our staff. We had robotics. Students created coding programming through use of Ozobots. One staff member delivered hoop dancing instruction. We had a vendor from Super Cool Science that came in and gave a 45-minute show on science demonstrations using dry ice and other materials, and they reviewed states of matter. We had a makerspace and breakout box activities in our January 2nd Camp SOAR, and we also had other programming opportunities through arts and crafts, science experiments, and active outside games. On these pictures, the first picture in the upper left-hand corner shows our Camp SOAR sign, giving parents to indicate where to enter in for Camp SOAR. We had arts and crafts in the middle. We provided scooters and had games with scooters, relay races, and hula hoops to provide additional physical activity. The bottom left-hand corner is our representative from Super Cool Science. We had Minute to Win It games, and on the bottom we had our staff member who did hoop dancing and just provided activities for body control and body movement, and really fulfilled that day of a full day of programming for our students.
Karen did a terrific job, and I'm going to share a little side story with you. I was down at Harborview, and Sarah Dobbs, who's the AP down there, has a son, and he attended the first Camp SOAR, but he didn't have an they had purchased tickets to go to Gator Nationals on the next Camp SOAR, but they had not told him because it was a surprise. And when I saw her that day, she said that her son was angry with her because he didn't want to go to Grandma's because he wanted to be able to go back to Camp SOAR. And she said, but he'll be really excited in the morning when he gets to go to Gator Nationals. So Karen did a great job. And then it also allowed us an opportunity to train some of our staff. And you're going to see in the next slide on operating expenses. On this one, we lost like $17. And then if you look at the payroll expense was only $64.20. We had our site managers on contract for that day to go out to their individual sites to work, so it was already built in. So instead of bringing in additional staff at an additional cost, we utilized them. So some served as group leaders, and they loved it and wanted to be able to do that, because that's how they originally started out. And so they implemented some of the programming, and they were able to see firsthand how to do those time blocks and move the kids around, and so we can use it in the afternoon. On this slide, you're going to see that our supplies for special programming was a little high. That was mainly because it's new, and we were buying for 4 sites, and we were buying new material and some more outdoor type games and that type of thing. The one on March 15th, we lost right at $560.41. As you can see, payroll expense was there. We did not have 9 employees at one time for 47 students. That would have been a really nice ratio for the day. But because it was a 10-hour operation, we had to schedule them in at different times. And then we have the issue with at this point, with our site managers who are on contract, or who are not on contract. When you add a day, then you pay them for 8 hours. So you have 2 with 16 hours, so you're juggling staffing there. Let's Karen do the survey results.
Okay, so we had a survey that was given to parents after the first Camp SOAR, just to get their feedback and on what we need to improve on or what we needed to continue to provide. Out of the 30 responses, 28 rated the camp very good or excellent, and we had 2 good responses. Some of the comments from parents included they were pleased with the variety of activities and the level of learning. They enjoyed the specialty programming that was provided from the BARK bus or from Ocala Parks and Recreation. They loved the STEM activities, playing with the Ozobots and Snap circuit kits. Loved the convenience. Wonderful staff, and was well planned and organized, and above all made new friendships and just provided an additional component of socialization. Some of the improvements suggested were to include more signage. That way parents who were unfamiliar with the school, they would definitely know for the March Camp SOAR where to enter into the program, and also providing a menu for breakfast and menu for lunch too, so they would know how to prepare for that day.
And we sent an individual email out to each person participating with that information, as well as a map of the school and the address so that they wouldn't get lost. So soaring into next year, we're going to open up Camp SOAR to all elementary extended day students. So that means we only serve Marion County Public Schools this time. We have about 700 to 1,000 employees that utilize our services, and then in the community is the other 2,000 that we serve. So I think we'll get our numbers. I most definitely think we'll get our numbers and then some. I can tell you that because we just ran pre-registration last week for 2 days, and within 2 days we were at 1,500 students for next year on day 2 of pre-registration.
That answers my question.
So this would be for the,
It would be everyone that's enrolled in the extended day,
For those teacher work days.
teacher work days. And so October 14th and 15th, one's a teacher work day and one's an in-service day, but we're going to be open both of those days. And then January 6th and March 23rd. We're still keeping it at the $20 fee. We'll serve breakfast, lunch, and snack, and then the hours of operation are going to change because we are trying to reach that outside public. We have quite a few nurses at the hospital that need to be there by 7, and then even 6 o'clock for even some of our administrative staff. That was one of the things that they kept saying is we can't get there by 5. But we wait, we can work around that. But we decided just to keep our regular hours on going into next year. We are going to offer it at the 4 locations. Dr. N.H. Jones, we have 2 locations at Dr. N.H. Jones, so we're going to be able to take close to 250 students on that day there. Oakcrest, Legacy, and
what do you mean you have
Salem.
2 locations at NH
We have
Jones?
a cafeteria, and that we serve K through 2 in, and then we have the old cafeteria. Where the PE department is, and we serve 3 through 5 there. Those magnet schools, we need quite a bit of room because there's no transportation, and so, in fact, Madison Street was one of the ones that filled up. She had over 100 to register before 8 a.m. on the very first day. So those columns there. So we have one in every area. I do think that we will definitely get the numbers there. And that'll give us a real indication of what we need to do the next year as well.
And so the parents have already been told that this is going to be an
Yes.
opportunity?
So soaring into 1920, blasting the message. We already did flyers, so when they pre-registered, they got a little note that said, you know, what's happening next year. We're doing another, I've been working with Kevin, and we're going to do another handout before the end of the year. We're looking at rocket juice promotion. I think I tend to lean towards that preschool side, but we're going to do something with rocket juice and encouraging the elementary students and parents to see that. Handing out pencil toppers. We have Alert Now messages going out. So we have quite a bit going out to advertise it for next year. Questions?
Thank you.
I was concerned about the numbers when I saw, but now that you've opened it up, I think it's a tremendous opportunity. So I'll look forward to seeing what those numbers are if we are able to continue, because I don't like those deficit numbers at all. But I mean, it's a need, and so let's hopefully look at the numbers. Will you report back to us on did you fill up or not? Perfect. Thank you.
I think it's a great program, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. Okay, now we will be discussing rezoning Part 2 with Mr. David Herlihy.
Good morning, Chair King, board members,
Morning.
Dr. Mayor, Mr. Gibbs, and Ms. Prestipino. This is, as it's billed, as it's on the agenda, Part 2 of the rezoning that we discussed a couple weeks ago. You have essentially the same materials. The handout you have is from last week, and starting at page 8 or 9 is new information based on the board's direction from last meeting. So I know we walked through this, and I mentioned the direction. On this slide 2, I've indicated that we have updated direction with the school board from the April 18th work session, and that was to, 1, address the West Ocala area, the auxiliary attendance zones, and magnet schools, and 2, address ESE hubs and related student assignments. The methodology remains the same because we left, and when I say we, Mr. Ayers and myself, we coordinated on this, agreed that the previous methodology, which was to move attendance areas, move attendance boundaries, recreate it, and then compare a before and after scenario so that we could have apples to apples comparison. We left that the same, and all the numbers in the table that you have are the same, with the exception of the new information that comes on slides 9 or so. So the goal remains the same, the findings remain the same in the main part of the study. We did not review transportation costs or quantity of students within 2-mile walk zones. This slide shows the areas in the pastel colors are the existing boundaries, and the changes for the hypothetical boundaries are the darker blue lines. This is a similar map. The darker blue lines are the changes, and the hatched areas or the pinpoint areas are the area that switched from one school to the other. The multiple colored lines show where each student lives and the nearest facility, so it traces in the shortest distance to the closest school for any of those students. This is the table that you now have. And as I mentioned, this is unchanged from the first time around, so that you can just refer back to it if you have any questions based on the additional information. So at this point, we're up to slide 9, and this is the new information, and I'll just do 1 or 2 more slides here, introduce it, and then Mr. Ayers will talk about the other bits. On slide 9, you have a blue boundary, which is a 2-mile walk extending outward from Madison Street, which is the black star there. The labels within these black boundaries are the schools that those auxiliary attendance areas go to. So that's the auxiliary attendance areas in association with the desegregation order inside of each of these. The exception being that N.H. Jones is in fact its own attendance area, or what we refer to as a walk-in area. So in this case, this boundary, the auxiliary attendance area, these students would go to Wyoming Park, and this is Ward Highlands and South Ocala. So
Now
the
what
green-
now? Say that again?
Okay, so in our current attendance boundary scenario,
You're looking at Jones.
so N.H. Jones here, there is what's referred to as a walk-in or an actual attendance area for N.H. Jones while it's a magnet school.
What is that?
On the other hand, Madison Street does not have an attendance area. It just comes from the
outside.
district in general.
Correct.
And so, but these other areas, which are called auxiliary attendance areas, were part of the desegregation order. And so if you are a student who lives in this square here, your auxiliary attendance area, you would go to or be assigned to
Wyoming.
Wyomina.
All right, wait. So show me what the N.H. Jones
That block.
block, tell me show me where they go besides the attendance zone.
When the auxiliary zones were created, this was created as the walk zone.
Correct.
But currently, these students that are in this zone go to Saddlewood. Shady Hill.
Shady Hill.
Shady Hill.
That live next door to N.H. Jones? Okay. I can't deal with this.
Okay, if we may,
Had to,
can we just
because
move
of
a little
the
bit
fence, but-
ahead? We'll certainly come back to it, but
Okay.
just present a little bit more.
Okay.
information. Okay. So what this is showing is that we first looked at a 2-mile walk area from Madison Street outward, that's the blue line, from N.H. Jones outward, that's the red line. And this was in an effort to identify an area that could be included and identify students as perhaps an overlay area where last time when Reverend Cummings mentioned how would you approach this, and Mr. Ayers said, well, we could give extra balls in a lottery or that, as to what sort of area we would look at addressing students in that manner. So what we came down to was, because this is a sizable area inside all the 2-mile walks, came down to defining a somewhat smaller area. This is about 2 square miles inside the green area. So let me move to the next slide, and this is how we did it. So the West Ocala area inferred boundaries, and I say that we just came about developing them through a process. The supplemental methodology, in addition to the previous methodology for the hypothetical zones, are to ameliorate or substitute the auxiliary attendance zones. So can think about, discuss that as to whether you want to totally substitute them with this West Ocala area, use that, or some sort of policy.
What is the definition of an auxiliary attendance zone?
That is these black
Going beyond the.
or the small boundaries.
When the desegregation order was presented, that we had to take, that's why the magnet schools were created, because
Right.
it was minority in the program. And so those students went somewhere else, and predominantly majority schools. So those minority students are now attending that at the time were majority schools to help the racial balance. And that's what got us out from underneath the desegregation order. So that's why those auxiliary zones exist now.
So outgoing and in.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure I was clear on that. And we're no longer, we are out from under the desegregation order.
But we still have the auxiliary zones in place. And my caution to you is
You'll
if
fall
we
back.
scrap that,
You'll fall back.
we invite back the microscope again, and then it would,
But see, what I don't.
Unless we figure something
Okay,
else
what I don't agree with is this. At N.H. Jones, I mean, we had such a limited enrollment there, like, we were down to like 400 kids or something. Of those 400 kids, probably 150 of them were white. I do not believe for 1 second that as big as our district is, as spread out as those 150 white kids is going to throw us back into a deseg challenge to the court order.
If you'll go back to when we did this, I guess it was 2 work sessions ago, one of the presentation slides that we did was making attendance boundaries for Jones and Madison Street. And if we did that, that would put the 99.8% minority at each school.
Don't we already have that just about at Evergreen?
No, ma'am, not right now.
I mean, we did. So it didn't, nobody came back on us then because we had a big minority, because the students were getting shipped.
Y'all as a board, we're
I'm
going
not
to go
saying,
different.
I'm not saying Madison Street also. I'm saying, you know, we hear about retribution. It's basically, I don't know, I don't believe in monetary retribution to people who didn't do anything, but we did this to this school. The federal government, because of some nincompoops up in Washington telling these black communities that they have to give up their schools, it made the black children the sacrificial lamb of a large federal nonsensical program that was just wrong. And retribution is correcting a wrong. N.H. Jones was a school, I believe, Mr. Cummings, you went there?
Yes.
That we stripped from them to please some unelected person with no face somewhere. I do not believe that returning this one school back to this community, I don't care about, I just do not believe for 1 second it's going to cause the big problem, because we only have probably, when we had it down to 400 kids and we're bringing in 150 white kids from somewhere, that that having those 150 kids go wherever they were at, South Ocala, whatever they want to do, is going to cause us to go back into a court-ordered issue as far as this district has come in the other areas where we have the minority representation with the, you know, the mingling, the neighborhoods have changed and so much has changed since then. And I also believe that if we put all attentions on N.H. Jones, that we will still draw from the white community to affect the majority minority with some really great programs there, because children have come a lot farther than adults have come. And and the parents of this generation of students is a lot different than like the parents of my generation, you know, that things have just changed. I mean, it's changed. And this school belongs to that community as much as 8th Street belongs to the people that live over here, in my opinion. I don't know if any other board members feel the same way. But just because we did something wrong, retribution is fixing something that was done wrong and making it right. It was wrong that we did that many, many years ago, and this board can fix it. And at least take one of those magnet schools and give it back to the community.
Ms. McCall?
Well, I don't disagree that that's a neighborhood school, and nobody would like to see that anymore than I would, but we do have that fabulous magnet there. So what do we do with that? Because we have parents that count on that magnet school, so we would have to address that. I would be very cautious. I'm not willing to take this district backwards to have the federal government come back in. Would the racial balance be there? I would really have to see that. I want those kids to be able to walk to school just like everybody else, but I don't want to put us back under that microscope again with the federal government. So we need to be very cautious. If we can, we talked about a magnet school where the lottery went more towards the community. But again, I say, we have parents that I hear from that want to keep the education their children are getting there. And And so we have that population as well that I'm not willing to dissatisfy. And so,
Well, why can't they have that, why can't we generate a magnet school somewhere else
well,
that they can have that?
Well, and we've got STEAM schools. We have Marion Oaks, we have Reddick, but those are really far out. And so we've got to,
I think you could do both. I don't think you have to move the magnet program. For some reason, I just keep hearing people say, well, we have to, if the school is more diverse or balanced, that we got to move the magnet program. I don't believe that's necessary. I think that attendance boundary or around N.H. Jones, it's about, 114 kids?
That's going to Shady Hill, you mean?
That's going outside the N.H. Jones district. How many kids is it?
Well, the numbers, we don't have those numbers, but the numbers, if we go back into that green box, if we look back.
I mean, elementary kids.
To the green box that we created, right now there are 475 elementary students in that green box.
And that school will hold how many people? If we filled it up?
About around just under 700.
Okay, so if every single one of those elementary students could come back to their school, you would still have an opening of 300 more students to come in from the outside in the magnet program, which you had it down to 400 students in the magnet program here, a year or two ago, and I didn't even realize we had dropped that low at Jones. So, how many students were in that school? Like last year, year before, we were really down compared to what we could have, like 450 or something.
It was down, but it wasn't down to 4.
What was it down to?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, and I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't have them.
But we'll get,
I can get them for you.
but we still had a couple of hundred openings in the school, even when we dropped it. Wherever we were at, I was amazed that we had dropped it. Whatever it was, we still had a couple of hundred openings. And they could be majority openings coming in. If the entire neighborhood, if there are 475 elementary students that would go into that school, then we still have 300 openings for majority white to
Mr.
come in.
Harris, Mr. Hurley, let me give you a suggestion. If you would take a boundary to the north of Highway 40, boundary to the east of Martha King Boulevard, a boundary to the west of 27th Avenue, and then to the south, I guess would be 200.
Green box?
No, not 14th, 40. Correct. Take 40, take Martin Luther King, take 27th Avenue, and the south, that boundary right there, the south. That's that one box. If you put those kids, if you just looked at the kids in that box, and I'm sure if you took just the kids out of that box and put those kids in N.H. Jones, I think you would solve the problem.
How many kids?
Just the kids in that box. I'm not saying go out beyond that box, just that box. So the green area is not, I'll come back down to 40,
So just the N.H. Jones box.
just the N.H. Jones box. If you use just that box, I'm thinking it's about 114 elementary kids in that area, that you could still keep the magnet program at N.H. Jones, and you could still get done, and you still would be as diverse as you need to be without disrupting anything majorly. There's going to have to be some adjustments, but because I'm saying, and you could look at doing the same thing maybe with Madison Street, and possibly, because the thing is to try to get some of those kids that live around the school to get to that.
They can walk out in.
The issue with Madison Street's different, is there's not a continuous.
There's not a
neighborhood
continuous-
around it. There's ball
right.
fields and things around it.
So if you could look at, as far as with Madison Street,
Yeah, similar eye.
yeah, a similar eye on how you could do it. I don't know, but I
if
just.
we could
think it-
accomplish N.H. Jones, that would.
I think that would help
that would
with
solve-
College Park, Evergreen situation. I think that's going to help.
Then we would be able to bring some of those kids from Evergreen back to their.
And Shady Hill, and that's going to move some kids away from Shady Hill.
Which is over capacity.
Exactly. That's just a suggestion. That's what I've been looking at.
I think that's a good
And
suggestion to look
that would bring
at
it
those
back to
numbers.
the people who
who are in the
Been to that
community.
school as a child.
That would bring it back to that community. That would make it a community school again, because just that box is the community. That community was called Joneside when I was a kid.
Okay.
That is the Joneside community. If you narrow it to that box, that would be, I think you would kill a lot of stuff.
And then I would want to know how many magnet seats we would have.
I don't think you would lose to it.
If we did that, how many magnet seats would we actually have?
So what I'm hearing you saying is creating an attendance zone for Jones, so that if you're in that area, you are zoned for NH Jones.
Exactly.
You go there, you don't have to apply for the lottery, you're automatically there.
Exactly.
And then find out how many students, potential students
That would
be
affect.
for that right now.
Isn't that the way we do it at Howard? That the Howard is an
Howard,
attendance
all
zone,
our other, are.
and the kids
all our
go
other
there?
And it's a magnet school of
magnet schools
sorts.
have attendance zones, so if you go there,
And
you're
so
there.
Jones just didn't have
So-
Only
attendance.
two schools have.
So then we need to also look at, though, we cannot forget about the Evergreen situation, busing those kids. So how does that affect those children that we bus to Evergreen being able then? Does that remove some of that burden from College Park, that then some of our Evergreen students that are closer to College Park could go?
Oh, no.
So I think it's a domino effect, and so I don't know how difficult, David, that would be to look at.
We'll just have to look at the numbers where the kids are going and where they're.
Because, my goal to get NH Jones back to.
Our
a
goal,
community
Nancy,
school.
our
I mean,
goal.
from the beginning. I was asking this before you were on the board, Ms. McCall.
Okay, but it is our goal.
It's to get us a neighborhood school there again.
Okay.
If you want
Because
to
we
tag on,
originally
I'm all
talked
happy
about
you
with-
will.
We kind of originally got into this thing looking at Evergreen situation and trying to keep those kids from going
So far.
so far across 75 and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to take some shuffling, guys. I know it. I thank you guys for what you're doing, Mr. Ayers, Mr. Hurley, because I know, but I just keep looking at it. I just keep looking at it and saying, maybe we're trying to go too far. Maybe we just need to kind of come in a little bit smaller with it.
At least for starters, because you know what? The good news is we're having the conversation. And we're serious about trying to,
Right.
as you said, Ms. Stacy, make this right. And it's not going to be easy, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done. And I kind of like the idea of starting with something
Yeah.
that's conceptually pretty simple and then working out from there, because it is going to have a
Give
ripple
some numbers
effect.
from that.
Well, and I also think that
I
it
can wrap my head
would
around
have the
what you just
potential, if the magnet seats, if the number of magnet seats are there, then there would not be an issue with the federal government at all. So,
No, there won't be.
so I mean, I think
We were
that's
down
a
to like
brilliant idea to take a look at that.
White kids
And
anyway.
for a time frame, I'll have to get with Mr. Gibbs to find out, but I believe since the walk zone already was in existence in the form, that this is something that we can just start doing, as we do that. I don't know what the time frame. I'll have to get with Mr. Gibbs to go over that.
And a lot-
If we shift other boundaries, there are big time frames and public hearings and neat things that we've got to do. But with something of that nature, I'll have to get with Mr. Gibbs.
No, and a lot has changed from when we were under the DSEG, because in those days, majority white was probably like 70%, but now with the high Hispanic people, aren't we kind of like at 50% anyway at our school? So that's already changed, Reverend Cummins, because it's not like it was under the DSEG. Our whole population has changed since then to where even at our majority schools will still be 50% minority, because you've got so many minorities now. Because when you count the Hispanic community, because of the huge Hispanic influx into the area. So it's not going to hurt us there. It's the whole picture of our minority to majority has changed so much in 30 years that this is not going to upset that at all, because we're already doing that at our other
I'm
schools.
going to ask that, do you think you could look at those numbers before May 23rd? Okay, so if you can work on that and bring that back on the 23rd.
And can I ask for one additional thing on that? And that's going to be getting with Ms. Rohr to see how many kids in that area, that proposed area that I just mentioned, that are actually bused out, and what would be the cost savings for that? Because if they're walking to school from that area, that means that's less buses.
Exactly.
And it's going to be a cost savings to us. And I'm sure Ms. Teresa would be happy to find that we're saving some money somewhere.
And what I don't want us to forget, though, after we kind of look at all that, we need
How
to
is it?
take a look at the whole district.
Correct,
I
correct.
mean, I still think that we need to, we just owe it to ourselves and the community to look to see if we've got it balanced
Correct.
the way it needs to be balanced.
And for any zoning changes, there are some deadlines and some dates that
We
we have to
understand.
get done.
We understand.
And so we've got to think with the end in mind and back out of when we have to have that decision made.
Yeah, I don't think that.
We're not doing it this next
No.
school
Not
year.
Right.
So, okay, so we're just taking those little initial baby
Yeah.
steps and
So this-
working toward that.
But for this change, I'll get with Mr. Gibbs and find out if we can just initiate that now. So what I'm hearing to bring back.
Let's clarify for folks listening, who may be listening and not getting the big pictures, that we're not saying we're doing it now.
No.
What we're saying is we're just gathering information in case the
Nothing
board
has been
wants to make that
finalized, nothing
decision.
has been
Make a decision.
Board, y'all's direction.
I think we take through this next school year and take a look and really do our due diligence to be sure that we're doing everything right.
What we're bringing back to you next time is the number of students that are in that box that has been defined as the Denny Jones, how many seats that would, if they came, how many seats that would occupy, and then the transportation cost.
Are you saying you believe that for this next school year, though, that little zone, that little attendance zone change could happen for the kids in the neighborhoods?
I think we have to have public hearings and we have to have.
Okay.
papers that are put out.
Because the way you were talking, I thought you were saying you could just talk to Mr. Gibbs and see if we could just make it. Okay.
That would be an actual zoning change, because those kids are zoned.
Okay,
right now.
gotcha.
So we have
Okay, I
to have
misunderstood. I
And
thought
I'd
you were
like to
saying
know where they would be, what schools they would be coming from, so we
Shady Hill.
would see how many seats. Well, not just Shady Hill,
But
they're
that's a
coming
bunch
from
of
other
'em.
areas too. What does that picture like? Where are they going to come from? I'd like
How
that,
many
those
seats are gonna be
numbers
freed
as
up
well.
at those
Some of them are going to Wyoming, aren't they?
Well, that's why I'm asking for
No.
the numbers.
Yeah, those.
Shady
and
Hill's
that-
got the big chunk.
That box are for Shady Hill, but with choice, they can go any elsewhere. So that
Right,
some may
that's
be
the
going
other-
somewhere else, some may be-
Variable.
Okay.
How many kids, did we say how many kids are at Jones right now, approximately?
They stepped it up because they opened up some more.
I was trying to figure out.
a little bit of a mismatch in that, what we've been looking at here is if you were zoned, it's assumed you would go to that school. But as of 120th day this year, so the capacity of Jones is 822.
Right.
As of 120th day this year. The enrollment was 683 and 83%.
And then last year, though, it was way lower last year.
We had a progressive.
But you had a
thing,
progressive
increase in
thing.
each grade to
Because
get
last
up
year
to
it was
that.
way down.
Right, so that leaves 139 seats. And we were talking, what,
I
114
think,
kids?
I think it's about 114. I may have my numbers the last two numbers transposed, but 141, 114.
Wouldn't that make the community happy?
That would make a lot of folks.
All right, so,
Me happy.
May 23rd.
One last thing after we do that. There was talk about when we presented the numbers with Mr. Hurley, that the ESE student moves for the hubs were not
Yes.
included in the numbers that Mr. Hurley did. So what we did is we took all those numbers for the ESE moves, and then with the changes, and I'm not an ESE person, so there's some coming in, some going out. And so here are the net differences for the schools, the elementary schools that are affected. And so net outgoing, so the schools down on the left have a net outgoing, as in students that are leaving the school, and the ones over on the right-hand side are the ones that have a net increase. And so these are the numbers, because there was a question about what are things, did these hub numbers, were they included in that? And so this is the numbers that, so when you look at it, majority of them, Mo's is the one that gained the most, but they had the most space to be able to absorb that in there. So
And they're equipped to do so.
they're
They
equipped
were
to do so.
built as a,
So is Mo's going to be one of those hub schools?
Yes, Dr. Alves? Yes.
Which one of these schools on this list are going to be hub schools?
Dr. Alves, come up to the podium, please.
Getting her looped.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
That's why she's.
We just want to make sure she's on record.
So for elementary schools, Ocala Springs, Anthony, East Marion, Spar, Fort McCoy,
Slow down.
sorry. And I can send this to you, I will email this to you, so you have this. Bellevue Centos,
Mm-hmm.
Maplewood, Harborview, Legacy, Ward Highlands, Maplewood, Mose, Saddlewood, Shady Hill, and Hammett Valley. And majority of those that I just read already have some sort of special program. It's just the students aren't together as like needs. So the programs are there, they just have mixed needs, mixed things all together in the rooms. Now we're going to separate them so like needs will be at like schools, so we can do better programming for those students.
And are we still being cognizant of how far of a drive? Because I noticed on these schools, we're looking at East Marion, Fort McCoy, Ocala Springs, and if we have students, we're up here talking about how our goal is we want community schools, but if they're on a bus for an hour or more in some cases, like how's that?
We did look at less than an hour drive. For example, there are no programs right now at Fort McCoy or East Marion. Those students are being bused somewhere else. So we were doing our very, very best. What we found was we wanted to have programs at the elementary schools in Denellen. There weren't enough students to support us paying for a special teacher and paras and behavior specialists in Denellen. My goal would always be able to have something in the neighborhood. And that's why some of those other areas, for example, Mose is getting students from that area. But, sorry, not Mose. Fort McCoy and East Marion both have kids being bused out of their area currently. And some of them are being bused all the way into Anthony and Spar. So by having the program there, they're not being bused as far, and we're able to provide like services to those students.
Okay, but if it's a school for their needs, I mean, so these students are going to be on a bus, you say less than an hour one way?
Yes.
Correct, so,
Yes.
okay.
That's by doing this by area, because currently what's happening is students may live in Reddick or Anthony or Spar, and they're being bused into Bellevue, or they're being bused in all over this district. So by having the same type of programs available in each area, the students are not being bused at the same distance as they were being bused before. So it's keeping them in their like area. The other thing that was happening that was very negative for our students, they would go to an elementary school, say at Ward Highlands, and then come middle school, they'd go back to North Marion. And they had no peers that went back with them. They didn't know anybody at North Marion because they'd never been with any of their peers. This will allow them to be with their peers in their area, so when they matriculate to a different level, the transition is smoother, and we really have to be cognizant of the social emotional learning for our students. And that's one of those, is having those connections with your community, connections with your surroundings. And when we're busing them across districts and across from one side of the district to another, we're not doing, what's best for those students.
Okay, so it brings me back to Spar a little bit. I think a lot of the EBD students came from, like, more toward the city, but in a town, but we're busing them far away, even though there's a large amount. So I'm curious why we would still do that.
It's the same reasons, and we have gone back and looked at that, and that's something we can look at again. But when the board asked those questions of why we selected SPAR, it's because when you look in Area 1, we were trying to be cognizant of, it is never good to have your hub-type programs at schools that are being run by external operators. So Evergreen has the most space. It would make the most sense to put this program at Evergreen. We are in complete agreement with you. That's where I would want the program to be, but it's being run by an external operator. That's not what's best for the school as a whole, to have an external operator running that type of a program. Same reason we moved those programs out of Oak Crest, was because we were in jeopardy of having an external operator take over Oakcrest. And I had given you in the past a list of all the factors we took into consideration when we made that choice. Would I have chosen SPAR if I had a choice of any other elementary school? But when we look at our schools, elementary schools in Area 1, we have to be cognizant of all the factors, not just location.
Okay, because I'm just saying we're doing mixed things here. We're saying one thing, it's like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. We're going to do this for some, but not others. I'm also another concern, you know, when we have a lot of these programs in the outlying schools, there are issues like with keeping the parapros there or teachers because people don't want to drive that distance because they're not even making that much money for gas money and stuff like that. I mean, so that's a concern. And another concern of mine is, you know, back in November when we moved students to Anthony, and we were told that's where it was going to be and how good a decision is, and now it's not. And now we have students moved from Anthony, now going to Ocala Springs. Right, and I'm not saying they didn't, but as leaders, we didn't see the foresight to say, okay, in 6 months, we're going to move them again.
That's not correct. The students who went, Anthony School is going to be a hub for modified curriculum autism. Anthony had students there who were IND sitting in a VE classroom. Anthony does not have an IND classroom next to it. That IND classroom is in Ocala Springs. So we made one step when we made the step in November. Other steps we knew. We didn't change everything in Area 1 all on the same day.
Right, but we have students that moved again. So they moved, they were at one school at the beginning of August, then we moved them to Anthony, and now we're moving them again to Ocala Springs. And any student, any person to be moved that much, you know, and that's my concern. It's like, I want us to make sure we're really thinking things out, because in January, when we moved these students, we were told that what was right. But were we, you know, was that move and transition really worth it then to move them
waited till the end
again?
of the year.
Exactly. And those are my concerns.
My concern too regarding the Evergreen issue, if the external operator issue was an issue, then instead of putting the students there in January, for them to be there 4 months basically, 4.5 months before the end of the school year, why we didn't just wait to see if Evergreen was coming off the external operator, and then we could have started it up. I think we got a little overly exuberant probably to go ahead and make the move, but it just turned schools kind of upside down a little bit to have a major introduction of 30 kids into the school that's a whole new, taking up the school. I feel we really, just like I said, got overly exuberant about getting it done quicker and maybe put the cart a little bit before the horse. And, I feel if a big issue was Evergreen is the optimum spot, that had we just waited 4 months, maybe they would be off external operator and we could have put the students there. But it's because it's taken up so much time. And I know you couldn't foresee the stuff, and I understand that. I don't believe that a new change is a travesty. The travesty is when we don't learn from the new change. And so I just like everybody to know this happened, and maybe we should think through things a little slower, because it's not a travesty that we tried it. The travesty is that if we try to make something work, if it's a bad pot of stew, it ain't going to get, if it's a burned pot of stew, it ain't going to get better by making more of it. We just stop and look. If Evergreen's a better place, and everybody says, why should we keep going year after year after year at SPAR, just because we started there? Move it to Evergreen. If we go off external operator, get SPAR fixed. And say, okay, oops, do you follow what I'm saying?
My concern is that there's some constant interruptions or disruptions that it seems like we're going to keep having with these kids and their parents. We need, if we're going to move them one time and let them get settled and be stable. If you're moving every 6 months, every year, every time the parent gets a pattern of what they're going to be doing, it's disrupted another school term, and that's inconsistent. We need to make sure that how we move these kids, how we adjust them, that they're going to be where we're saying they're going to be. And then the other concern is that we're communicating this stuff out to the community, because there's a feeling in the community that they don't know. They're still in the air. They're not sure what's going to happen, where they're going to go.
Yep, but even as a board member,
We
I don't know.
We don't know.
Right,
So I
we
can-
didn't know, and we're getting a phone call from the angry parents.
Correct.
And I have to tell them, I'm sorry, I didn't know, because I was told your student would be moved there in January, and my understanding as a board member is that this student, that was what was best and what we were doing, and then now I'm told they're not.
What I have to say is that when we are dealing with students with disabilities, it is a fluid situation. We can say a student will go to a certain school, but an IEP team decision is made at each individual IEP. And I am not part of every 6,000 IEP meetings in this district. So if an IEP decision was made that a student was more appropriately served in an intellectually disabled classroom versus an autism classroom, that is an IEP team decision. And some of those things are going to happen, no matter how much we try to stop it. It will happen because as a district, we don't have the authority to supersede what an IEP team decides. So there are a lot of factors, and I don't even know which specific student you are speaking of. So it puts, and I couldn't speak about a
Right.
certain student anyway. But I will say that decisions were made based on individual factors, and the reason we moved programs when we did was based on specific factors that were occurring for students at that time. So those are things that I can't share because of confidentiality rules. However, we did take them into consideration, knowing that there would be some changes. Our goal would be not making any more changes. I mean, I don't want to move students. However, we do know that at some point, some schools aren't going to have space anymore. That's why you see most that had the most space in that area is getting the most number of students because they have the space. They're built to be able to serve the students, and that's why we made those decisions.
Dr. Alves, in the IEP meetings, the parents are involved in those IEP meetings, aren't they? So those discussions, are going on with those parents about what the IEP team feels is best for their child. So there should not be a surprise.
The only surprise would have been where that service was being located.
Correct.
Because that had not been done yet. So the decision of the type of programming and services are done through the IEP team. Then once we have the services available, we then let the parent know where that location would be. Sometimes it's a change, sometimes it's not. We try very hard not to make multiple changes for students, but we know it does happen sometimes. And we work to avoid that. We've worked through every single situation that has come up, and we're looking at each student individually. If there's a unique circumstance, we're looking at those as we make changes.
They're all unique circumstances. That's why they have an individual education plan, which is the IEP. Make sure that I'm clear on this, are the hub kids staying at Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, and,
Hub students are staying at
okay,
But
and
there's some that's going to be moving, though.
there's some that's going to be moving. Wait, can I talk now? I've been waiting and
I'm sorry.
listening.
But I think there's some that's going to be moving, too.
Well, and yes, and, okay, and then in Spar, are the hub kids staying?
At this moment, yes, they are.
Okay, so that is being true to the families that, one of the most difficult to serve populations. And if every kid could go to Hillcrest and be there like they are from middle school until they age out at 22, all of this would be a non-issue. However, there's that little thing called having the opportunity to be with your regular peers. And a lot of people would say it's not a good idea to seclude all of the kids with disabilities in one building. Is it nice for parents for the predictability? They love it. They cry. They're like, now I don't have to go through this anymore of where's my kid going to be this year? Where's my kid going to be next year? Depending on how many teachers we have available that even have the skill set to serve our kids. Program location. We have kids, talking about bus rides, we have kids going to Hillcrest that are on the border of Putnam County and that are on the border of Lake County. They are traveling from Umatilla to Hillcrest twice a day. So this is such a difficult to serve population. What I think I'm hearing you say, Dr. Alves, is that it would be at Evergreen if program location was the only factor. Sadly, there's about 52 other variables that go into serving a kid with significant disabilities. And I think what I'm hearing you say is that you're working hard to get the train on the tracks so that these kids will eventually be getting served in their least restrictive environment by some experts that not only want to teach these kids, but have the background to teach these kids so that they will get the education that they've always needed and deserved. But it is not an easy process.
And I'm going to circle right back around and say, because these students are in outlying areas, do we have the staff in the outlying areas? Can they afford to go? Are they there? Or is that another issue? Because I'm just telling you what I hear from my community.
Yes.
And I'm not making this up. I'm not
I'm not
let
saying
me
you
just
are.
come in here and hammer, what's happening. I'm saying, hey, this is what I'm hearing. I hear that it's, we don't always have the staff that we should out in the outline.
Well, that's it. And then the parents and will complain, and you create bus issues by traveling kids from Fort McCoy all the way to Maplewood when it used to just be a slam dunk. Oh, if they had any little disability at all, well, then they need to go to Maplewood. That's not right. There has to be a balance here. And I hear what you're saying, because not only do we have a shortage of special needs teachers, we have a shortage of teachers in general. So that is another variable and another issue that we're having to problem
And I
solve.
saw online, I was just looking at the online application openings, and there was a teacher, an ESE teacher opening for SPAR. And I don't know, I just saw the one. Is there still just one, or are there more than one?
I think there's one, but that teacher's on maternity, will be on maternity leave, and that's.
But so what's happened is, though, like in that room, I guess you've got probably substitutes handling students that are, that have ESE issues and stuff, and you got a substitute handling it.
Didn't you put the behavior specialist in there?
I put the behavior specialist who's certified in ESE.
And she's there now? Okay, because she wasn't at one time. I mean, that's,
She is in there.
She was
That's
the
good.
behavior specialist there anyway. And
So you
then
put her
we
in
moved
that
her into
classroom.
that classroom.
so then the opening's no longer there?
It's an open position, but I have the behavior specialist
Covering.
Okay, so,
as the teacher of record in the
okay,
classroom.
so since it is a little harder to get teachers to want to drive that far, the students have been at SPAR for, at the end of the year, they've been there 4 months. I mean, I would not, this board member would not have a problem if Evergreen goes off the grid and gets back where we want it, if we really looked at Evergreen to set it up right. Because there's no sense in, just because we made a little bad pot of stew and we're sending the kids out there because of the Evergreen issue, that those first graders should have to remain there for several more years just to keep kids from moving that have been there 4 months. I don't know if I have anybody sharing this opinion, but if it makes it easier for us to get teachers and it'll work for you, for what you're doing, I would rather see us say, okay, we made a little bad pot of stew right here in January, but we're going to fix it so that these kids don't have to go there 4 more years just because we made a bad pot of stew. Let's dump the pot of stew out and kind of start over where we need to start, and don't keep adding to the stew that's bad. And so my position would be, do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
It's okay with me if we say, okay, wait, hark, this is what we need to do.
Didn't we have a lot of substitutes at Evergreen before teaching ESE classes?
We did. We had nothing but substitutes.
That's what I thought.
Classes, and they
So-
were good mixed BE classes,
Right.
but yes, substitutes are always hard to find for an ESE classroom. And it doesn't matter which ESE classroom it is, it's always difficult to find a substitute.
But I would think it would be easier to get your teachers, though, closer into where people live, not all the way to the north end of the county. So teachers on the south end of the county would be willing to come in a little bit closer in and not have to drive so far, just to get your aides, your staff, and everybody. And easier for you to review it closer.
I will say though that we're not having the same, I'm not hearing of the same problem at Anthony. The program is running well, I'm getting nothing but positive feedback of what's going on at Anthony. We're not having trouble getting the classrooms filled at Anthony, and they're not that much farther in.
But those aren't EBD students. And I think that that's kind of been a little bit of a different situation that's happened at SPAR, you know, to have that sudden change of EBD. I mean, it's a completely different population to be infiltrated.
And other issues, you know, it's something we have to dig deeper. The North End is identifying students who are EBD at twice the rate of any other area in this district.
That's right, and it's young black boys.
And we have to dig deeper and figure out, are we addressing the social emotional learning of our young students in the north end of our county in the same way that we are addressing the academic needs of our students?
So then how many at SPAR then, I would like you, I know you don't know this right off the bat, but how many at SPAR in that EBD unit are true North Marion, like north end of the district?
They're all from Area 1. Everyone at SPAR is from.
But some could be from Oak Crest or,
They could be,
Right,
yes.
and not zoned for North Marion, like SPAR would.
Some could be.
like what would be some,
Some could be, they're either zoned for Howard or North Marion.
yeah, well.
I don't have that with me today, so I couldn't pull that out.
But that would be an interesting number, and to see, like, if you moved it to Evergreen, what would be kind of I don't have a problem with a change, if it's a permanent change, instead of staying with something just because we made that decision and we're trying to stay with our bad pot of
And
stew.
we can definitely take another look at it once the school grades come in, and if Evergreen is out of that status, we can always readdress.
Make it easier. Okay, a more optimum place, okay.
Is there any questions? Dr. Alves, thank you. We always put you on the hot seat.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Hurley, thank you.
But we know you got a hot job, so you're in the hot seat.
You got what I'm asking for? Y'all know what I'm asking for. You guys know what I'm asking for, that.
Yes, it's one area and a full set of stats on it.
Thank you.
But here's the complication to that. We have got another program going right now where we're adding units at that school. And if we go through our process and we add all the units for next year, we might not have all those openings that we need. So we need to look at, because you're phasing in to try to fill up the school, because we had that conversation. And if you're going to add units and pick up another, I don't know how many kids, 80 kids, I don't know how many you're getting by adding kindergartners and what is your, as long, because you said you were going to phase in and try to get the school built back up?
Yeah, and it was, you know, it's one and it's 18 kids.
So it's just 18, okay. So it's not going to, it's not like another second grade unit, another third grade unit, nothing like that, okay.
Zeros every time you add a unit, it rolls up. You gotta account for those.
So it's not going to affect what we're trying to do and okay.
And one more thing, can you add, I'll ask, when you do look at that smaller area for NH Jones, are there any ESC kids in that area that would be going out?
And before you leave, I think it's important to note, and I'd like it in the minutes, to make sure everybody reflects on the fact that when we did implement the lottery system at Jones, there were concerns about the school grade. But as we've looked at data all year, their data has improved. So I think that is kudos to the families, to the teachers who maintained high expectations, to those students who rose to the expectations. And again, that shows that in the right environment, with the right teachers and the right expectations, students will rise to the occasion. So,
Thank you, guys.
That is great news. Preconceived notions sometimes keep us from doing what we need to do.
Any public comment? Seeing none. Okay, are you guys good?
Yep.
All right. We will be discussing MTI 3.0 with Mr. Knight.
Morning. Yes, by a few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam Chair, Dr. Mayor, Mr. and Mr. Gibbs. Come before you talk about the district administration and MTI campus. Once again, I'm going to start with a recap of where we were last time, April 18th. Some of you were not present, you were present by phone. Mr. Mark Vianello, Executive Director of Career and Technical Education, is going to come up and talk about the impact of where we left off, MTI moving to MTC. I'm going to talk about a couple of sites, and I do have a handout that is not in this presentation simply because we ran out of time of putting some things in. So we'll start with the recap first. And recap was in April 18th, we talked about three options concerning district offices and MTI, what we call District East, District West, and the MTI school. First option was to leave things status quo, in other words, fix what we have, and possibly build a new warehouse because we are out of space at that facility, and we rough estimated some cost around $23.5 million. The option two involved moving Marion Technical College to the current MTI campus, and moving all the district offices, east and west, to the Marion Technical College campus. And the situation there is we'd be renovating two campuses and remodeling two campuses and building onto those campuses what we did not have, and that was in the neighborhood of $31 million. And the third option, which is the one that the board elected to pursue further, involves moving MTI to MTC, buying or building new district offices somewhere else, and basically parting ways with some of our properties at District East and District West and MTI. And that was in the neighborhood of $26.5 million, rough projections. The fact is that all of our buildings need some work. Not all of them were in the 5-year plan as funded. And space is an issue as well at many of our areas, including MTI, in terms of growth and our vocational efforts. We definitely need to look, I think, at MTI in terms of its needs and going forward, what we want that program to be, and is that campus a good fit? And our consensus is it is not. And then finally, the consensus was to pursue that option three, which I'll be discussing further with you, and it will require some additional discussion, I think, beyond today's date. With that, since the focus had been from last time to move MTI to MTC, I'm going to invite Mr. Mark Vianello to come up here and speak about that impact, and then I'll come back up to talk further about options and what have you. Mark, if there's stuff in your way, I'll move it. So.
Thanks, Robert, and good morning, everyone. So before Robert gets back into his presentation, I would like to provide just a quick slide summary on some of the advantages of moving MTI to MTC. And this is an opportunity for us to continue to expand choice. It's an opportunity for us to create a state-of-the-art technical center right off of 200 where transportation can be provided just like it is to MTI now. It's an opportunity for us to plant a stake in the ground and for us to be future focused and to say what type of opportunities do we want to present to our students, provide for our students for the next 3, 5, and 10 years, and how do we want to go about continuing to meet the workforce needs of our community. Some of those statistics I had up there last time, the last 3 statistics I want to just hit on here briefly, and these are things that we probably intuitively know, but the research does show that students that are in a CTE cluster, that they are more likely to stay in school, they're more likely to graduate from school, and they're more likely to continue post-secondary training upon graduation. And that second to the bottom statistic there, Ms. Thrower, you and I have been in student services, that we know this to be true. 81% of dropouts say that real-world relevant experiences would have kept them in school. Now, I'm not suggesting that CTE is the only way to provide a relevant education. There's art and music, there's extracurricular activities, but certainly CTE is one major component of doing that. So what we're talking, the bigger picture here, if you look at what this would do to how this completes our CTE big picture, we would have at the center of our choice package a technical center, again, right there off of 200. We would have career choice academies located at each one of our high schools that allows choice. And we would have, phoning a friend here? Does that mean I need help?
Beth calling in? Nancy calling in. That was the phone the other week for y'all.
Yeah, and I couldn't hear y'all from the hospital. I probably didn't hear what was going on.
So we've got CTE programs at each one of our base schools. We have choice through Career Choice Academies at each one of our schools. We have a centrally located technical center. We have also LEAD, and what LEAD allows us to do is to define what a quality CTE program looks like. We can measure what a CTE quality program looks like, and it allows us to make data-based decisions. So if you look at that third point there, and this is a research study that, if you look it up, if you just Google it, it comes from Dell Research and Dell Technology. And if this is true, that 85% of the current jobs, or by the year 2030, 85% of the jobs have not been invented yet. So if that's true, or if that's close to being true, what that means is that the economy, our workforce, is going to have significant changes over the next decade. And we, as educators in education, have to keep up with that. And I'm going to invoke the mama rule right now. So what is the mama rule? It says I can say something bad about my mama, but others can't, right? So in education, we aren't always the quickest to respond to needs as an institution.
No, we're not.
So if you look at the way we educate students, it's very similar to the way we educated students back in 1930 and 1940. And if that statistic is true, and if we're going to see that type of change, that scope of change in the next 10 years, then we as educators are going to have to keep pace with that. And I think from a CTE perspective, having that centrally located technical school with our career choice programs, with LEAD helping us to keep relevant, positions us well for whatever the needs are of the next upcoming few years. And so we also talked about what MTI 3.0 could look like, and that the enrollment could be a variety of different ways for us to continue to bus part-time students along with full-time students there. Really, it comes down to what number would we like to see at MTI, and then we can design a program that could help meet that needs. So with that as a recap and overview, if there are any questions, I'll take them. If not, I'll turn it back over to Robert.
Do you really have enough room at that building over there for all of this?
We do, and if you could hold that thought, Ms., that's a good question, and I think that's a question that lends itself into the next few slides from Robert.
And Mark, before you leave, you are right when you talked about like the 85% of jobs in 2030 haven't been invented. Because last night, I even
Yes,
made the
we
comment
talked about that.
to Eric that when some of the descriptions or the names of the degree certifications, I was like, what? They were new for me. And so that right there was just telltale that we are definitely moving, and it shows that you guys are on top of your game and moving with
The time.
our times.
But it's not us just invent, so the example up here is, we've been approached recently, earlier this week, to look at alignment programs. It's starting something here at Marion Technical College. We were very successful working with a group of Duke Energy, Clay, and Seco at Pinellas High School, and they've come to say, what about opening a post-secondary alignment program to meet our needs here in our community? There is a alignment program in Lake Sumter, but that's an hour away. So that and the construction, the apprenticeship, those are examples of industry coming to us saying, we need your help to provide that trained workforce. So we have to position ourselves to be able to do that, because we don't know what's going to be asked of us 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
You're right. Okay, Al, thank you.
Okay, to kind of continue on that point and to Mrs. Stacy's question, let's take a look at the existing MTC campus. The main building is about 80,000 square feet. There are some spaces in this building for additional programs, and there are a number, I think 23 portables out there housing mostly classrooms. Most of those portables are quite old, and at some point are going to have to be replaced anyway. And so there are some renovations that we would propose if MTC were to be utilized as the MTI site, because, for instance, the central water and chiller plant is not set up for an entire school being added to it, so there would be some need to upgrade some of the existing facilities as well. So as far as space, you see the satellite image and then the site plan. And this is what MTI might look like if it were moved to MTC. We color-coded things to kind of highlight for you. What we would think is that you would build a new Marion Technical College Administration Center and a shared lobby between both schools so that you're coming in, and to the right, you're going to the post-high school facility. To the left, you're going to the high school facility. It could certainly be a good draw if you're coming in to register for high school and you get a snapshot of what happens post-high school. There's a likelihood that you may want to stay in that campus for your post-high school training. We've listed some square footages. Now, these square footages are larger than what we have at MTI currently. We're using about 36 to 37,000 square feet at the District East MTI campus for MTI purposes. When I came to you in April, we had targeted just over 40,000 to give us a few thousand square feet of additional growth, and this is almost 25,000 square feet more. That's some things that our career and technical education folks asked for. Doesn't necessarily mean we would need to build all this right now. So what this layout shows is that you have a new administration for MTC, a shared lobby. There'd be an administration component for MTI. This large box would be primarily classrooms, and then there is a separate as needed culinary component in case that program goes beyond what it's currently doing, which is essentially a kitchen and a small dining area. This would be ample square footage to do additional things at the culinary level, unless those things were combined with some of the MTC programming. And at the back, we are showing a separate construction and industrial compound, as well as an auto mechanic, diesel, and potential upholstery and body shop compound as well. It doesn't mean that these exact square footages are absolutely necessary, but we wanted to show the higher end, largest potential that we would have on there. And then, of course, there is added parking towards the south of the existing parking, and a loop we've built all the way around to connect out to 200 as a way for deliveries and emergency vehicles to access this site. So what does this really mean in terms of feasibility on cost and what have you? And again, this is on the high end. This is almost 25,000 square feet more than we had talked about in April. And it could be something we build in chunks so that you don't necessarily build space now that hasn't been filled. But with the growth patterns in vocational education, I would think that anything we build would be utilized fairly quickly. So we revised the numbers to reflect that additional 25,000 square feet. So we are projecting in terms of design, renovating. We put $2 million in there for work at MTC, a little bit of remodeling of changing the admin to classrooms at MTC, getting rid of those portables, and then of course the new facility and the additional parking. We're just over $14 million in terms of estimate right now. And again, that's with an additional 25,000 square feet of space that we did not have present in April's presentation.
Mr. Knight?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Vianello, to do what you need to do right away within the next year to 18 months, what would you require of this plan?
That size there and what we presented last time we were here would allow all of our existing programs to come over. So that would be our IT program,
In that classroom section or doing?
Classroom space in addition to the culinary building, the automotive building, and the construction building.
So you would need all of that?
If we wanted to bring all of those programs over.
Okay, that was my question.
If we had that big box, the yellow box.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to bring over automotive, nor could we bring over construction, nor could we bring over culinary. Now, we could bring over information technology, we could bring over first responder, we could bring over early childhood, but those other programs are going to need more of a lab space than what that could provide.
So basically, we need it all now?
The current automotive is smaller than what we're showing here. This was pegged as maximum growth. What you have at MTI, and Mr. Vianello, correct me if I'm wrong, is basically a couple of bays for car repair. What we are showing here is not just car repair, but large-scale semi-truck repair and diesel repair, things we do not have now. And obviously, there's an economy of scale. If you're building a building and you add another bay, it's much more cost-effective to do it now than to come back and add a bay 10 years from now.
All right, so you've answered my question. In other words, you'd like for us to go ahead and do the whole thing. That's my question.
I think the bottom line is it's a little more costly than we had projected last time, but certainly the cost isn't going to come
So
down.
it's about the return on investment, too.
Yes.
Well, and I see this as the return of what Ms. McCall and I grew up with, the old technical schools that were here. The reason the technical schools went away was the junior colleges became a political football between the junior colleges because the technical schools could offer cosmetology for $800, but the junior college could do it for $2,000. So there became a conflict between junior college boards and the boards of the school boards in districts, and they just went away. It was bad for kids, but it became a political football. The technical schools became a political football because they said it was hurting the junior colleges. So now that we've already gone through that, we want to make sure we don't get any conflict there again. But I totally support doing whatever we need to do, whatever financing we need to do to get this program moving. Could it possibly help some of the overcrowding at Westport and some of the high schools where some of these kids would have a place to go, where they help some of the overcrowding at some of our high schools? Would we pull enough students out that we really could maybe help some of that?
Sure, it depends upon the size that we would have for the academic classroom. We would need to pull in academic classrooms.
Don't we have that at MTI?
The yellow
Or put some
building
of
there
that
is large enough for us to be able to do that. So we're looking at potentially 300 students that could be there at any given time. And that number could be adjusted higher if that was the will of the board, and those classrooms would have to, the number of classroom space would have to be added. We're thinking about 300 is the recommendation that you see in front of you today.
But let's look at something that's going to take us more than just for right now while we're doing this. Because I can see some of the students at some of the high schools that do want these programs going ahead and going into this. If it's all in one place, they have the camaraderie of students and everything. So I want you to know, this school board member, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, I totally support whatever we can do to help the 50% of the kids who might not be going to college, that have not had anything here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to move on now to the other options for district administration locations. Just wanted to know if there was anything else I could cover further for you on the MTI before I did that. Sounds like we've, kind of covered it well enough, so. Okay, so I'm going to proceed forward then to district administration locations, and I'll set this up before I go into it. We looked initially at 3 sites, and we had just assigned a parameter. The board has not assigned a parameter yet, but we looked between I-75 and US 441 and from State Road 40 south to Southwest 17th Street as sort of the primary area of focus. There are plenty of properties outside those parameters, some rather far, some maybe not suitable for district administration. But that's where we tailored our focus to since we only had a couple of weeks. Most of the sites outside this region and even on the periphery are either too small by themselves or they don't have quite enough land for expansion, which means we'd have to buy multiple pieces of property. There are several sites we looked at even in December that are now sold that maybe would add some potential. So we took 2 sites, and I'll stress that this is a study. This is not a situation where we've reached out and talked about contracts or anything of the sort, naturally because that depends on board direction. But we took 2 sites as a study, one that is for lease now, or at least has some space for lease now, and the other which was talked about loosely in some circles about down the road becoming for sale. It is not for sale now, so I want to stress that if anybody's listening that attends one of these sites, we're not buying a building out from underneath you. And those 2 sites are the current Rasmussen Nursing College and some vacant property across the street from it that is for sale, and the current Ocala Star Banner building. Again, that is the one that does have space for lease currently. And we do have a handout that I'd like to give to the board after I speak about these 2 sites that we did not have a chance to put into this presentation. We didn't have enough information and didn't want to just show you a satellite image We've had a chance to gather a little bit more information since then, but again, it was past the point for us to put this presentation together. And again, we don't have any negotiations in terms of seriousness as far as a deal or a handshake or anything like that. We've reviewed these sites for feasibility only. So we'll start first with the first site. This is the current College of Nursing for Rasmussen. It's about a 40,000 square foot building, and across the street from it is a triangular 2.3 acre parcel that is for sale. We do not have a sale price on it. Again, like I said, we are using this for diagrammatic purposes to show the board potential, and we'll carry that discussion from there. If we say we're to own a site like this with that size, this is what it might look like. In blue, you'd have an existing 40,000 square foot area, and again, there are other sites in this condition. We picked this site mostly because of location, not because it's actually for sale. And so you would have a component of your district which would consist potentially of administration and curriculum and some training, and then across the street on a vacant piece of property, and you could take this slide and put it anywhere within that realm of properties for sale across the street from each other, and you'd most likely have a second facility that would consist of school board room, your school choice, your human resources functions, your finance functions, and your career and technical education, ESE, and what have you. Obviously, when you buy a vacant site, you've got to not only build a building, you've got to build parking and infrastructure with it. If you buy an existing site, even though this site by itself is too small, even if it were for sale, you have some limitations to contend with there. And so if you looked at a site like this, again, in terms of size and diagrammatic study only, we took the college site and figure it's right around 5.8 million. Again, this is a guesstimate on the purchase site based on similar properties of size and shape. And a vacant piece of land certainly is going to be cheaper to purchase, but then you've got to build a significantly sized building on there to take care of your needs. And oh yeah, if we do part ways with the warehouse, there would be a need to put a warehouse somewhere. And so this is a $21 million package. Again, this site is not for sale currently, so we're using it just to further illustrate some of the options that may be out there. The second site I want to focus on a little more detail because this is a site where there is space for lease. This is the current Star Banner property, and we color-coded this so you could see existing parking. There is a 2-story office building. There are several 1-story buildings right now used for printing the newspaper, mailroom, and storage. And if we were to, say, acquire, not necessarily lease this space, but acquire this space, what would we do with it that's different than what it is now? And here's our first shot at it. If you took the first floor, and we did walk this building with the realtor, and you have several opportunities on the bottom floor for your admin, your district offices, the school board office, employment services. There is a component of warehouse built in 4, and that orange one that's up there. And you have about 51,000 square feet on the bottom floor available. Some of these spaces are very large, and you can put a second floor that does not exist in them to maximize space on the second floor. And there is an existing warehouse of 8,700 square feet, and we have about 228 parking spaces currently at this site. And this is the second floor. We grayed out where the warehouse spaces would be because we can't really focus or use an 8-foot high warehouse. But item number 3 is a warehouse space that could be a second floor, and that would give us approximately 35,525 square feet total for this building for use with offices.
Is there an elevator for handicap?
There is a single elevator in there as well as a stairwell at the very front, right in this component number 1. And there is property at the back to build. We did some quick layouts, and it'll hold at least 20,000 square feet of either additional warehouse space and or offices, depending on what we ultimately did with warehouse
Or if you needed more parking spaces, right?
or parking, yes. Like I said, there's 228 parking spaces now in yellow.
When were the Star Banner buildings built?
89, I think it was built in 1989. I don't know if Joe knows for sure.
87, 88, yeah.
Okay. 88, 89, so. And as far as, well, what would it take if we were to, say, acquire it? And again, this purchase price is not in stone. There's been no offer made. There's been no for sale price listed on the sign anywhere, anything like that. So I took what we had guesstimated last time based on averages around the county and just added another $500,000 to it. We have a design cost, a purchase cost, and a renovation. Walking that building, we will need to do something with the existing chill water plant. It's rather old and probably would not serve us well if we did significant remodeling in there, so that would be part of the remodeling. I just broke that number out for just so I could keep track as to what I had included in the numbers and what I didn't. So by the time you add all these components in there for district offices, there is a cost we expect of just under $20 million. This would include space
After
for-
remodel?
This is after remodeling and purchasing the site. And again, the purchase cost might go up, might go down, but we don't think it'll go down too much just based on some of the things we've seen on costs. And this would include warehouse space, so there is no $3 million component in there for warehousing like we had in April. We were adding that because there's enough space on this site to either build it or use what's already there as warehouse space, yes.
What's the current square footage of the warehouse that we have now and compared to what we're looking at here?
The current building is 31,000 square feet. We're only using about 25,000 of it for warehousing. The rest of it is testing and assessment, primarily using it. And we are actually renting space across the street from that warehouse and have been for 20 years or more just because we've outgrown that size. So we had figured 40,000 would be ample for warehouse use. So we would be going from 25,000 in use to 40, and there's 27,000 square feet available right now at this site. So we have at least a couple thousand more square feet at this site than we are already using.
Thank you.
And then this is just a cost comparison. Once I'm done with this sheet is when I will give you a handout. So what we did is we took the option 3 MTI. We did factor in just to see what it would look like. If we did vacate the MTI site and sold it, there would be some revenue that could be made off of that site. And then next to it, we just compared the vacant land and that college site, and then to the far right of it, the Ocala Star banner site. So if you look at the bottom, 33,692 is what we would think that a comparable site to the college, meaning multiple properties, versus 31,346, and that is all inclusive. That's MTI, that's all the district, that's selling property, that's warehouse included, the whole thing, soup to nuts. Now, I do have another handout to give you. I'll have Yvonne Boombach, our design coordinator, hand it out. And again, my apologies, we just could not get this in the slide simply because property comes and goes and gets sold and comes up for sale all the time.
Mr. Knight, I got a question.
Sure.
The property right across from MTI, where they have like the vans, that's our property too, correct? Used to be the old bus compound.
You talking about Marion Technical College?
MTC.
Yeah, that's where my building is, the main maintenance yard, the only maintenance yard actually for the district, and risk management are all housed in that front building, and in the back areas are, I don't think I have a slide of that. I could go back a couple and maybe
I didn't see it in there.
see if the satellite showed it. Yeah, you're talking about this compound here?
Yeah. All that is still ours, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes,
there's no
that's
plans.
the maintenance compound and the risk management building down here that we share with them. I'm over in this side, and you can't see it because this slide's in the
Right.
way, but that's our parts and part of our warehousing group.
All that would stay where it is and
All that would stay where it is.
no renovations or anything with that.
Right. We have a project that the board approved a year ago to complete fixing up our air in that compound and the roof. Hopefully we don't get any more winds before we lose the rest of the shingles, but there would be nothing included in this project for that campus. This would be strictly MTI and District East.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. So you have before you this handout. This is a 81,000 square foot medical office complex that is both for sale and lease. There is a printed price for sale on here. I was not able to get some feedback from the folks, but that building is going for $6,480,000. It has quite a bit of parking. It's in relatively good shape. We have not been able to meet with anybody and walk that site. It is leased out, most of it already. So one of the questions would be, if we were to acquire a property that had a tenant, what would be the terms of dealing with those tenants? We think it would be less expensive to go in and renovate because they are already chunked up into tenant spaces, which is how we set up finance and payroll and purchasing and human resources. Those functions are not in one big open area. And so we did run some numbers on cost there. Apologize, it's not up on the screen, so I'll just forward to that master cost sheet and then talk about this handout in front of you so that you have some things to kind of think about. So we took the same cost for MTI, and again, without selling anything off, you're at just over $14 million to solve the MTI and some of the MTC situations. And if you were to acquire a space like this medical office compound, and I'll add, in addition to the vacant land and warehouse, if we purchased some, that would be in the neighborhood of $19.7 million. So you're about $31,162,000. However, one option would be to leave the warehouse, fix it, and go add on to spaces, not at that warehouse, but somewhere else in time. So none of these have to be done immediately. Part of the challenge is that if you're going to do MTI, obviously you want to move that whole school and not disrupt that functioning. So when we're ready, we move that school and you start up. As far as district administration situations, you could move folks in chunks. Move the people in this building to a new facility, sell this plot. Move the folks in the finance in that block, sell that plot. Doesn't necessarily have to be done in the exact same week or day or month. But obviously you want to acquire a site that we would roll through and modify and renovate first. So if we did cut down on some of the square footages, obviously that would affect the cost for it. Sort of on the low end, the package deal that we think for MTI and district offices, depending on available land, would be somewhere in the $28, $29 million range, and on the very high end, somewhere in the $33 to $34 million range. Again, we have not engaged in any sort of discussion in detail with anybody. We have talked to some folks, but again, not in any sort of lengthy detail that's going to reveal the sticker price and time frame and that sort of thing. I do know that the Star Banner folks, if we got to a point where we would acquire that, they have a fairly large printing operation that they've spent some money on, and most likely they would want to stick around for a while. So it's not some situation where we buy it and next week they're dismantling their printing operation. So there is a thought there that if we were to pursue talks, just be prepared that most likely they would want to keep that component going for 3, 5, 7, 9 years, and that could influence how fast we move in and acquire that. So the quick summary is that we think the MTI move to MTC is very beneficial for vocational education, especially from a student standpoint, given the fact that it's right on 200. It certainly allows growth for both schools, not just MTI, but MTC as well, as they would have a brand new diesel and auto repair facility to migrate into when the high school students are not using it. Again, we only looked at 2 sites, one not so realistic, one realistic, and then there's that handout that I gave you, and perhaps it would be appropriate to define the parameters somewhat as to where does the board really want to see the headquarters in terms of operations, and do we need to be in the same campus, and if so, does the warehouse need to be in the same campus? And the answer to the second question is warehouse does not have to necessarily be where the board is. We just need a place big enough to function. And obviously the sale of district property, regardless of whether it's Phoenix Center, MTI, or the other properties, would no doubt offset some of these costs, and no matter when we sold them. We do think that we need to decide rather quickly on a direction even if the direction is not completely nailed down, because we are to a point where if we wait too much longer, we're gonna have to start spending money on MTI, and it'd be shame to start spending money in MTI and then move them
Okay.
16, 18 months
What
later.
is on the Star Banner building, what is the square footage that the printing area would consume of that?
I believe it's 15,000. Let me just back up a couple of slides. Joe, you could probably fill me in better than anything, but on the first floor, I believe this is their main print operation and this is their mail room. The mail room is 15,500 square feet. This is about 7,600 square feet, but I also believe they are occupying parts of Building 5, if I remember from walking in. So it's about 15,000 square feet that they're occupying and would most likely have to. Yeah, downstairs. This is 1 story high. It's actually high enough to be 2 stories high. And if we were to acquire it and we weren't using that space for a warehouse, we would put a 2nd floor in it. Let me see if I can get this to.
So,
And the same thing, building, this area in Building 2 would become a 2nd floor. Part of this is a raised area, part of it is a big open ceiling.
so then that would be, of our downstairs area though, of our first floor area would be like 25% of our space they would still maintain use of.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would be willing to talk to them about a 3-year lease, but I would never go 5 or 9 years with them.
It would pinch us considerably because
Yeah,
that
I would not do
prevent
that.
us from moving over, and then we would.
I mean, it would take 18
Well, we couldn't
months
sell
to
what we've
2
got over
years.
here.
Yeah.
To go there until we could get that space open.
So, I think the Star Banner site, just because of the space that it has, it's got the warehouse space.
a nice location.
If it's not a
Easy to get
sick
into.
building, if the roof's good, I cannot see continuing to dump money into this facility and MTI because the buildings are sick.
But also the medical
And just-
building, we got an option for too.
And the medical building, how old is that building?
I don't remember the age. Again, I was not able to actually speak to anybody. Well, I was able to speak to somebody, but not somebody that could tell me a whole lot about it. I don't know the age. I think it is at least as old as the Star Banner, maybe newer. It certainly looks in good condition.
It says old. It's about the same age.
It's about the same age. That's
That's like behind the Bank of America.
Yeah, it's as if you go, it's where the side road goes that takes you into the PetSmart parking lot.
Okay.
It's right there. The Centers has a place in there right now.
all
So
that.
it's all of that.
It's all single story then.
Would there be zoning issues with that site?
I don't think so.
I don't think there's going to
Because
be.
you got doctor's offices, you got some residential, upscale apartments in that area, as well as a lot of medical stuff in that area.
Well, these would be offices. They obviously would not be offices you'd be going to get a checkup or anything, but they would be offices.
They'll be
So it wouldn't be an industrial site or, diesel trucks or anything
Warehouse,
coming in.
with the warehouse.
No, I mean, there is land next door to that, but probably for the warehouse, we might look at that triangular piece of property
Somewhere.
down the street from us and build a warehouse there, which is industrial, and then look at
So
one of these sites for our headquarters.
is there room in that to have a significant boardroom where we don't have people standing out in the parking lot? In that, I know there is in the Star Banner, but is there in that building as well?
Yeah, we did some very rough layouts, and we had figured that a board area and suite would be in excess of 5,500 square feet. That would be boardroom, offices, or niches for all of you, and even potentially the legal department. But obviously, we thought in terms of district administration, which is the board, the superintendent, and the immediate components that service those areas. So there's a lot of storefront with that medical
Yeah.
compound. I know when I was, many, many years ago, when I was in a different district, Polk County Schools bought the old IMC Agrico building, and they put a hallway in the center and made all the doors windows, and you have one main door to go into. And once you get past reception, you either go down the left side of the hall to the curriculum functions or the right side to the operations functions, and the boardroom was in that area. It's probably 3 times the size of this one. It was like a middle school auditorium. But they bought an existing building, and it was offices already, and they renovated it and did some remodeling. It was before my time, but I did some of the work out there as a designer for the superintendent's suite. And this would be something similar. It's just it would be more of a U-shape. Their building is a big, long aircraft carrier of a building.
Well, this board member would, I think moving MTI to the MTC campus, to
No-brainer.
me, that is a no-brainer. That is absolutely what we should do. I think we'll get that return on investment. I would really like to explore, I like the fact that there's 2 existing sites that have potential where we wouldn't have to build a new building. And I would like to explore the possibility of purchasing either one of those. I'm not willing to let the printing press stay for longer than 3 years, but that's just my feeling on it. I cannot continue to dump money into this facility or MTI.
Would we have any, what kind of people would be buying these other facilities? I know the city would be interested in this, but what about the other schools?
Oh, you mean the downtown properties?
Have you ever had anybody approach you wanting it?
Yes.
Yes, we have. I think that these downtown blocks, this building.
Not so much this, but that Forest High School property.
Nobody's really talked to us in detail about the MTI site, mostly because I think we've not said anything previously about seriousness of selling. But I think in terms of opportunity, if you look at the northern edge of that campus, it's on the back side of some commercial properties, and it would probably make for pretty good light commercial, doctors' offices, lawyers' offices, banks, that sort of thing. And the rest of the bulk of the property, I think, has good potential for residential, where you could buy a lot, not necessarily pay historic district prices, but be pretty close to historic district, and parks to the east on Fort King, and all the commercial centers just a block away on 40. And I'm not a developer, but certainly I think there's good potential for somebody to either buy that and do what they wanted with it, or if we were to sell that off in 2 or 3 or 4 parcels, I think that's the potential for it. I certainly, it wouldn't be.
The property's worth more than the buildings
So the
there.
presence of
Yes,
the
probably.
presence of the St. Lake Ollie wouldn't affect getting rid of that?
It affects us somewhat because of all the infrastructure we put in, which makes it difficult if we stay there and renovate it. Most of our stuff, the buildings are so close, the codes don't allow those buildings to be that close, so everything we do would have to be up in the air. And anything we did in the ground, we don't know what we're going to hit.
Correct.
So the more stuff we hit, the more stuff we have to fix and replace.
Right.
If you raised that site and built houses, their foundations are much shallower, their utilities are much smaller, and we are not putting 12-inch, 16, 18-inch diameter pipes in the ground just to feed coolant for air conditioning. Our stuff has to be at certain depths, and residential is not so much.
I like where the location of, well, number one, the Star Banner, because it's close to the MTC and the MTI, in the MTI campus and our other stuff, but this medical facility is not that far off from there either, and then that keeps it all, I don't want to be much farther out than.
Are you going to get the same square footage with pretty much between the two? My eyes are not that great.
Yeah, the medical
kind of-
compound is a little bit bigger. It does not have a component for warehouse, where the Star Banner is smaller in terms of office capability, but does have a component for warehouse. So you lose a little bit of office area, but you gain some warehouse space, and that's why the numbers are a little bit different. You look at the Star Banner, and it certainly could cost us more money, but if it has space to build warehouse, then in the long run, that might actually be a little bit less cost. As
Kind of
far as,
it's a wash, whichever one.
yeah, I think it's pretty close to say that it's a wash.
Whichever one we can utilize.
And we'd be happy, number one, if there is a consensus on the MTI, obviously we have to go to
Oh, yes.
the state and get our survey amended to show a new MTI at a different location. And then we would go ahead and, of course, put it in the 5-year work program and work with finance to talk to the board about how these things would be funded. And then as far as the district space, we'd be happy to get extensive and discussion on both those sites and continue to look for other sites that are comparable. We're not going to waste any time looking at a 5,000 square foot building, of course, and then hope to maybe bring back, say, in 2 weeks' time, some more concrete information on, we got a sale price, we got details on the tenants, We further explored layouts, since the questions have come up about just how things would fit, and then we would have an opportunity by then to have walked both sites more thoroughly and can get a much better picture on inside looks great, outside needs a paint job and a roof, and we're fine, or whatever the case is.
Okay, I think,
yeah.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to
I've
go.
been sad since the technical school closed in Palm Beach County. And that's like 35 years ago, 40 years ago. So I'm excited about this.
I've been sad a long time.
I've been sad about that. Because I kept saying to people, why can't we have like we had down there in Palm Beach County, you know? But the politics just killed those technical schools back then with the junior colleges. And it was just like it wasn't resolvable, you know? It just kind of, once it all went away.
So how fast are we going to be moving on this? Because we're in the midst of about to appoint a superintendent and all that kind of stuff. So this superintendent's going to come into a major building project or major renovation.
I think we have to have the space regardless, because
Yeah.
the superintendents come and
I
go.
know, but I'm just,
And I don't, with the way the economy is right now, I mean,
Things are going to get more expensive.
they're going to get more expensive and they're going to go quicker. So I would rather not, I mean, I think that's something to consider, but we have to do this anyway, new superintendent or not, so.
And I do want to remind us what we heard when we were in Tallahassee this last month, and they did expect things to go down, I think. They said in the next 2 years.
Well, they
was
project,
before
some
the-
of our legislators did project, but Kelly, that's, at this point, that's hearsay. We can no longer not make a decision on this. We have kicked this can down the road a very long time.
And unemployment's the lowest it's been in 50 years. We're fixing to hit a boom, I think.
And do you want to spend the kind of money we need to spend to not even bring this building up to code and to not even know what we're going to get into at MTI to renovate?
I'm just reminding us what we heard is what I'm hearing. But as far as kicking the can down the road, I mean, how long have we been kicking it? Because, I mean,
Doing renovations on this building and MTI, a long time.
See, I appreciate Ms. King's comments, because
I do too.
we need to play devil's advocate up here, and we need to go through
because
all these
I've been
scenarios,
down many
but
rabbit trails, and then to get down there, and then it's like, well, whoa, no, this isn't. And I'm just want us to be very careful. And I'm not saying I don't want this, I do, but I want us to carefully
I just
think
remember
everything
how
through.
wonderful this was when Palm Beach County had it and they lost it. And I'm so happy that we might have that again. Because I lived in the generation when I watched the technical schools go away. And it was a big loss for a lot of kids who wanted to do drafting and that sort of thing. You know, now we have CAD. We didn't have CAD then, but that would be a possibility. That they just all lost, and they just went to Vietnam, you know, just went away.
So can we?
So Robert, I think you have a consensus from the board
Yeah.
that we would like you to get.
Very
that
excited about that.
And then bring that back in.
How much COP money do we have?
Okay. So I'll-
Teresa.
for clarification,
How much COP money do we have?
What do you mean, our capacity to borrow?
Where are we at? Yeah.
I mean, we can borrow up to 75%. So the capacity is there, but you have to remember.
How's it going to work for our financing? I'm ready to finance.
Let's get all the details first.
Let's just see how much money we got.
afternoon.
We need to know
Latoya
this.
and I were, it's afternoon already, Latoya and I were sitting back there, and we have had some preliminary conversation.
All right.
We can only borrow money for things that are student station related.
Okay.
So
That's what I wanted to know.
that would be the COPS. We have an ability to borrow the 14 million or
Okay.
whatever Robert is proposing. We just need to get some more detail.
Okay.
Because there are limitations, cost per student station. We're going to make sure that we're under that. The rest, the administration, that is going to have to be a pay-as-you-go.
Okay.
That's going to have to come out of our 1.5 mil. Right now, we're paying about $15 million of debt.
Okay.
We transfer $4 million to maintenance to offset that cost. So you do the math, we have about $9 million left
Okay.
to do other things. Keeping in mind, we have HVAC and all these other school-related projects. So whatever we do in terms of the administration, it needs to be phased in.
Okay. That's
But we do have the capacity to borrow for the student station side.
That's why I wanted to get with you to get to reality.
We're
before we
just,
go-
we're just looking at this too.
Before we go to the wish book. Okay, good, thank you.
But we'll work with Robert. Hopefully, we'll have some time to talk with him before he comes back to you.
Okay.
So that we can make sure we have,
Okay, and we're still a long way from making a final decision, so
We need to know
let's
where our
keep
money-
moving
I mean,
forward.
we always get pre-approved.
Right.
Before we
exactly,
buy anything.
Exactly, lock in, lock in that little rate.
Do we know what the cost of the district property, what we would hope to sell the current district property at?
I don't remember if, Dave, if you remember any sort of appraisals we've gone through,
Down,
There was a figure on
a
this.
couple blocks in this area.
David, can you come up so you're on the mic?
We had appraisals done on this campus. We didn't get MTI.
No.
But, so I think we're looking at around 2 million, 2.5 million, and then we have an appraisal for Phoenix Center that's getting old now that was around 900,000.
Okay.
And so when I say this, the downtown area.
Are you including the warehouse and all that stuff too?
Have we done anything with putting Phoenix up for sale? I mean, have we gone, how far, I don't remember how the board voted or where we
we
were.
haven't done anything.
We surged and fell back, and
Yeah, we were told to wait.
So how long ago was the appraisal on this property?
I want to say about 6 months ago or so.
Okay, so fairly recent, okay.
What about Phoenix Center? How old is that one?
That's over a year, so that definitely needs to be reviewed.
So we would probably need an updated appraisal, at least on Phoenix. So there's definitely some details to work out, but I say let's
There are some details.
cautiously move forward.
Right, but I will say this, on defense of this board, we did say to wait, and a year ago, anything we heard wasn't even on the table.
Right.
So, I mean, sometimes it is good to step back and evaluate and make sure we're doing everything, again, I'm gonna say methodically and thinking things through rather than rushing, because
Absolutely.
in less than a year, we're going a totally different direction. Just
Well, a lot of
figuring that
times
out.
the second or third
Look at it.
variation is the one that you end up with.
Well, and our gut felt like we weren't ready a year ago, but I think we're seeing repairs are on the horizon. And it's gonna be,
So I think, Robert, when you come back, although we have it, but if you could take us through it again, just the cost that we would have to spend to do what we must do at MTI, if we chose to do that, and what we must do here. I'd like to hear that cost again, because I know it was very costly. And I don't know that Eric and Nancy have heard that presentation.
I think so. And do we really want to spend more time talking about
I just want to
MTI?
know,
I think we understand it's a city.
Okay.
I think they do.
Okay.
I think we just want to be very clear on what we're
Put
doing.
everything on the table.
Right, right, because it's a big deal.
this presentation was excellent. I learned a
It
lot
was,
from
it
this.
was, and it-
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Knight.
Okay, I'll come back when the board's ready for me, or when we're ready, we'll make contact and work on talking to finance and also getting nitty-gritty on some of these sites.
Yeah, you're gonna get the cost of some of those,
Start selling sites and get the money.
the selling costs for some of those sites that you just talked about, right?
Yeah, you mean the district property, or are you
No, no,
talking
no.
about that? Yes, I'm gonna reach out and
Both
get,
sites.
I just was hesitant to do it before I was able to speak to the board, because
No,
obviously I do not
I
want
think
to
that helps us make a better
pass
decision.
off that I'm representing you all, so.
Well, can we have a date you'd like us to come back with this?
The next work session.
Next, 23rd.
Ready.
Okay, because he had just said when you're ready. I wanted to confirm that. Thanks.
Right, I will be back May 23rd. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none? All right, we will move forward with Building 24 update.
Is this going to be long? Can we take just a tiny break?
We'll take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, thank you. I really.
I get to watch from the sideline. I get to stand here behind this podium. What I was for 25 years before I got on the board.
Okay, the board is reconvening at 12:57 PM, and we will be discussing Building 24 update with Dr. Tara Hulse.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, board members, Superintendent, Mayor, Ms. Prespatino, and Mr. Gibbs. Thanks so much for having me here today. I work with Mr. Vianello in Career and Technical Education, and I work with a lot of different projects, but specifically also with the Early Childhood Education programs and the Future Educators Academy within our high schools. Many of you were able to be a part of our inaugural career signing event last night, and also come to our third annual CTE Awards Night. And so you saw all the wonderful accomplishments of our students. And today I'm going to share about yet another one of our CTE programs, which is the Early Childhood Education Program at MTI, at Marion Technical Institute, and how that's growing, and also a solution to see how that can continue to flourish. The Early Childhood Education Program has been offered at Denellen High School since 1974, and this year, our first year, at Marion Technical Institute. During MTI's first year in offering the program, we began with 6 students, and we increased to 9 students mid-year, and we have 15 additional students that are scheduled to start this fall, bringing our total to 24. Now, all of the classes, and this is no different, are offered as a cohort, and they use the block scheduling. It's a very tight group because of that. The model allows students to create that strong bond with one another, and they complete 4 credits in just 2 years. The FTE generated then is double of the number of students that you see due to that block scheduling. Throughout this year, MTI has taken significant steps to market their programs, including sessions with all the secondary guidance counselors and MTI tours. So last fall, MTI hosted up to 50 students from every middle school and every high school in the district to recruit future cohorts of students by showing them how this learning really looks in career and technical education. So there were lots and lots of hands-on and minds-on learning, and we want to show them how that leads to industry certification. And from a workforce perspective, the students see that there are jobs available in early childhood education, both with Marion County Public Schools as the largest local employer and also a strong private sector. The students that complete the early childhood education program are qualified to become a school year VPK, or voluntary pre-kindergarten instructor, after they graduate. They can also earn an early childhood professional certificate, which is recognized here in Florida, or the CDA, Child Development Associate credential, which is nationally recognized, or they can earn both. The national credential articulates to 9 college credits anywhere here in the state, and it also generates Career and Professional Education Act funding, CAPE funding, for the school and the district. And for these CAPE-funded credentials, these are those that correspond with Florida workforce needs to retain high-value industry and sustain a vibrant state economy. At both of in both of our programs at Denellen and at MTI, both the ECPC and the CDA, both of those credentials have similar requirements. So there is coursework covering specific content areas, a test, an observation, and a portfolio. The observation is done by an outside qualified person, and then the 480 hours of hands-on work experience with young children. And that's really critical because in any of our CTE programs, it's that hands-on experiential part. That's what draws them in, as Mr. Vianello was talking about earlier. And it connects them to their learning and helps them see their passion in their future careers. So they're trying on an occupation. And we're getting to see them in classrooms as early as when they are freshmen. And this can be a very powerful recruiting tool for us in the district as we're looking for future educators. And also powerful in keeping students engaged while in high school. So currently, here at MTI, the students intern at Happy Hearts 1 hour a week. In doing that, we are able to provide some field experience for them. However, to accomplish that, it takes us 2 district vehicles and teachers to transport, and we're able to do it once a week. So getting to that 480 hours is a bit of a challenge with this situation. It will be very difficult to continue also as the program grows. With the transportation and also number of classrooms that we're able to get into. Also, the Children of the Parents in the Young Parent Program, or YPP, tend to be infants and young toddlers. It's likely that that group will always be on the younger side, and we want to ensure that our early childhood students have a great depth and breadth of experience, and working with infants and toddlers alone may not provide that. However, the largest challenge we've had with this year has been that the children enrolled in the YPP are arriving at MTI at the time when our early childhood education students are leaving MTI. So that has not been a viable experiential option for us this year. We have a lot of younger moms, and they're coming on the bus. We don't have any that are driving themselves consistently and coming early enough to provide an experiential option for the early childhood students. At Denellen, the well-established early childhood program has a preschool classroom, Kitty World, on site, as well as Denellen Elementary next door for the students' field experiences. So currently, our students must complete a majority of their field experience hours either outside of the school day or outside of the school year. And for those that don't drive or have a vehicle or access, then this becomes a hardship and a barrier to their completion. So we have a potential solution that we would like to share. It's one that will benefit our students, the preschoolers, and the district. First and foremost, the MTI Early Childhood Program is one where we see an opportunity to mentor and model and recruit future teachers from. So it's a grow your own initiative. We will add a VPK preschool classroom in Building 24. And that will replicate the early childhood model that we have at Denellen High School and have had since 1974. And this is also similar to models that we see in other successful districts. The early childhood students can complete their experiential learning and their coursework side by side. So students would be able to have ample time each week to plan and implement activities, create connections with preschoolers, and further develop their love of teaching and learning with young children. We expect that this program will continue its growth, and that's the advantage of MTI is that students from across the district can come to this program. And so that provides access to students that would otherwise not be able to take part in early childhood education at their base school. It's also the only Grow Your Own Education program that is open to those from any base school. So again, from across the district can come to MTI. And last but certainly not least, this is a revenue positive program, and I'm going to share more about that in upcoming slides. So what would this entail? We would have a multi-age preschool classroom, 20 children, ages 3 to 5. It would run the full school day, and we would be able to model developmentally appropriate practices. It would be the lab for our early childhood students. We would also be able to coordinate with the developmental kindergarten teachers to enhance that seamless transition to kindergarten. And because we have so many other wonderful programs at MTI, it would be a great opportunity for really on-site field trips as well for the children. Okay. The program would be funded by a combination, We know that we need great teachers to accomplish all of this, and the staffing is already in place and budgeted for. We have an existing CTE early childhood teacher, and in the school level staffing plan for this upcoming school year, we have requested and been approved for 2 instructional paraprofessionals. However, without our funding in place, none of this would come to fruition. And there is a one-page handout that includes a little more detail than what I have on the slides of some of this. But we have an earning potential of $63,166. This is based on a model of about 10 VPK children, 4-year-olds, and about 10 3-year-olds who would be paying tuition. So it would, again, be duly funded by state-funded VPK and parent pay for parents of 3-year-olds. Our expenditures include the costs for the paraprofessionals, food, lunch, breakfast and lunch for the children, and then consumables and materials that we would use during the course of the year. But after all that is said and done, we have an earning potential of just over $10,000. And as a revenue positive program, it can generate funds for itself, to maintain itself, and become a model early childhood developmentally appropriate practice teaching lab here in Marion County. So just to summarize, it again is a grow your own opportunity where we can identify and mentor and model for our future teachers. It's a revenue positive program, so it's a way to create a self-sustaining program and not have any drag on the status of the district's finances. It provides equitable access to quality field experience, which is really important for our students, so that when they go out into the workforce after they leave us, they go out with the best practices and experiences possible. They're able to complete more of their field experience hours in a developmentally appropriate preschool using developmentally appropriate methods. And the community children who would attend have a 2-year quality preschool program that emphasizes developmentally appropriate practices in helping them to prepare for kindergarten, most likely in our kindergarten classrooms here in the district.
Wow.
A lot really quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions.
First of all, I didn't know Dunellen High School had.
I knew that.
Yeah, we saw it just.
You were there just recently.
Yeah,
Yes, we were there last
I'm
week.
impressed. So, a couple of things. Where would you recruit the children from? Since there's so many VPK programs already in the community, where would you get them from?
Well, what we would do is follow the model that the district is using already, so we would have them apply in the same manner.
Okay.
There's an opportunity for nearby elementary schools who may not be able to serve all of the VPK children who are interested in going there to draw from them. So I've already been working with the early learning department in that aspect. And, I mean, we would recruit, I would guess in our first year, in a variety of public ways to get the word out.
So is this, is there a tuition cost per student that the parent would have to pay, or is the VPK cost covered through VPK?
What we would do for 4-year-olds is it would be covered through VPK.
Okay.
And that is also consistent with what we're doing in other VPK classrooms across the district, even if the other part of the day in that case is funded by Title I. But we would just take the VPK funds for the 4-year-olds, and they come all day. For the 3-year-olds, there is tuition because there's not a state or federal funding source for them.
So $22 a day?
Yeah, roughly $22 a day. It includes breakfast and lunch, so we definitely would be very, very marketable with other providers in the area.
Okay.
And the other advantage is if we do a great job as we plan to, then those 3-year-olds become our VPK students the next year. So you're consistently recruiting, yes, but hopefully you're keeping students for 2 years. There's a variety of advantages to that for children in our program as well.
Okay, so here I guess I am the devil's advocate today. So we're talking about selling MTI,
Put in the program.
and then we're talking about 2-year programs at the same time. So
We already have
am
the
I
2-year
making this
program.
up?
We already have the early childhood program at MTI. What I'm saying is, while we're still there, because we're not going to move tomorrow, we can generate $10,000 a year by adding VPK.
Would
And
we continue with VPK when we would move?
So I stepped absolutely up. Actually, I have a sketch that I was doing earlier while this board meeting of all the programs on the and early childhood ed is on that sketch. So yes, we're planning on taking that and continue it. Another program that we could have that would have high school students for a couple years on our campuses, junior, seniors, enroll into a certificate program in post-secondary. So, yeah, it's in the plans.
is there a great need? Like how many, I mean, I saw, how many students are actually in this? So we have Dunellen, and then we're going to have up here.
What
Is
we already
that
have here.
really, is that a place where we need to be going to developing? Like our students wanting to do this, like, you know what I'm saying? Is there the need?
I don't have any numbers. I have historical information. We used to have Lake Ware High School, North Marion High School. Everybody had a program at one time, and we had to turn so many people away and students away at one time.
Right.
You know,
But that's what my question is, are we turning them away now, like in Dunellen and even in this case? Because once upon a time, people would want to, right, with the preschools, like once upon a time, people want, or, there was more of an interest. And then, I think Mark hit a nail on the head earlier when he talked about 85% are jobs we don't even know. So I just want to make sure we're growing in an area where there's truly a need, or where even our students want to go.
When we were, when we were in Dunellen High School a couple of weeks ago for the CTU tour, they have 111 students right now, so they are full.
Okay, that's what I needed. Yeah, like that. That's what I'm looking for. Like, so students really actually want to take this. I just want to make sure we're not.
We had some issues years ago with having the young ones on our campus, and there was a lot of, I'm not saying legal problems, but there were things that came up that made us go away from that, and now wanting to come back to it to solve. We didn't have VPK at that time either. So there are things that have changed.
Let me jump in and say this. So we went from 6 students to 24 students in a year. And the advantage of having this open for another 2 years before MTI moves, we'll have 2 more years of data. And if our numbers continue to move in a positive direction, then sure, that would be a program that we would bring over. If 2 years from now, we're still at 24 or less, then it becomes a less relevant program to our students. We would make that decision at the time. But right now, all the data is showing that we're trending in a very positive, we've quadrupled in 1 year.
Okay, and that's what I needed to hear and need to know.
And as far as the customer issue is on there, I can tell you from experience from years ago, our teachers filled up
Yeah.
everything. I mean, we had so many teachers that were trying to get, and it was a great recruiting tool, of course, with teachers also. If they could have daycare,
Right.
so to speak, in there, that was a huge plus.
Right. So it sounds like if the program continues to flourish, it would move from MTI to MTC and then there's room to house it over there. Is that the future thought? Okay. Because I know the countries that have, the best education, their early childhood programs are tremendously strong. And the difference of a kid hearing and understanding up to 1 million words before they even get to their first elementary school, that's how we're going to close the gap in terms of our kids that come to school ready to learn and ones that have not had any kind of exposure to speak of. So making that accessible in our community is very, very important. It's the foundation. It sounds like the program is done well, and it dovetails into the Future Educators program at Vanguard as well. And so putting those building blocks in place so that we're starting at the beginning, building the foundation and growing from there sounds really good. But I had the same thought, Ms. King, at first I was saying, well, wait a minute, aren't we talking about closing MTI? But now I understand that this is going to be for the next couple of years because we're not going to be burning up the track. It's going to be a lot of details to organize that move and so on. So in the meantime, we have the building available, it's all set up and ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just ready to add, instead of just add water, just add children.
Well, and 1 hour a week at Happy Hearts, that hardly seems like.
It's better than not having any experience.
At
And
all, but-
if you could see the way that students who are interested in working with kids light up when they get in a room with kids, it's really impressive, and that's the draw, right? That's what you want. But we want them to have much more thorough experiences than we're able to give them in 1 hour a week, and have them to be able to really develop connections with those students in a stronger way when you see them every day, to get to know parents, because that's important as a teacher, to be able to interact with adults, right? With the parents of the children, and to really help start nurturing all of the skills that we know that will be important for them as they go into the education field. So we have, we've given them a taste of that. We really want to expand it because we want them to be able to complete the program successfully.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none. Okay, we will move on to board discussion. Beth?
No, I'll talk Tuesday night about the superintendent's art show, and last night was absolutely wonderful, so I'll save my comments for Tuesday night.
Ms. Thrower?
I'm good for today.
Mr. Cummings?
I'm the only one?
Take it.
Okay, 2 things. Ms. Thrower and I attended the Commissioner's African American Task Force this past week, along with, I think about maybe 30 staff members
Awesome. That's
from
great.
Marion County. I would like for us to look at and consider us moving Marion County towards being one of those exemplary districts. I had a conversation with Senator Hill. It's possible that we can get Marion County to host the next training session, as well as move us to being an exemplary district within the next year. The data shows that when the district embraces this curriculum, that the reading scores go up, that those schools' ranking improve. And of all those schools, the 10 districts that are exemplary district. They're at least 10 ranking points higher than Marion County of all those districts, at least. So we really need to.
How do we go about that? Do you know?
Barbara has started.
Yes.
She's gathered that information, so I'll have her connect, and then maybe we can have her at a work session just to give an update.
That'd be good.
Okay.
I'd love for us to host one, Eric. I was unable to go because of an obligation I had, but I really want to attend one.
It was very informative, and again, they want to, the next one, they would like to do it in Marion County and attach Sumter County and either Lake or Citrus, with us being the county that handles it.
Yes, Tri-County.
And then the second thing, Beth asked me to attend a meeting for her on last week. I missed the meeting still, but I did get information with the Boys and Girls Club. They're having some issues. This meeting with the Boys and Girls Club encompass having the city of Ocala, the county, different representatives from those different entities coming. And we're trying to help the Boys and Girls Club sustain itself. One of the things that came out for what they would like or hope that the school district could do is help with their transportation. Their transportation costs are about $100,000 a year. I talked to Ms. Rohr the other day and asked her what was the feasibility of us possibly transporting certain kids to that site. And once we get the information, I'll share it with you guys. But
And they have asked to meet with me, so I have a meeting with them next week, so hopefully I'll have a little more information too.
thank you.
And Matt Wardell talked to me at an event too, so.
So they hitting everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, and I got it. And it sounds like, too, they're in jeopardy of not being open this summer. I just was hearing about that last night even.
They are. So it's,
And that's when kids need it the most.
Yeah, they do.
it's serious. It's serious, but Ms. McCall and I talked. They have some real issues on trying to generate the funds and trying to stay open. And the kids need somewhere to be. If they're not in an organized setting,
You're on the streets.
it's going to be trouble.
We don't want that.
And
Which costs more, and it's terrible.
so the city is going to help do something, and they're asking everybody to do some part.
So let's get the numbers and let's see. And I'll meet with them and get a little more detail. Just,
That was it.
Yeah, but we'll hurry up and do that, because this summer is
Almost
It's
here.
approaching.
yeah, I'll have more detail next week.
Okay, even if you find, even before Tuesday?
Yeah, what I will do is, let me see, I think my meeting is,
We don't meet till 23rd.
Right.
actually, it's the day of the school board meeting, it's the 14th.
Okay, so maybe you can find out something and bring that.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
I will. So I meet with them at 1:30, so I'll see.
Thank you. Paul?
Yep, I have two issues, and I've raised them with you guys both. The first is, I'm told it's a contentious issue every time it comes up, and that's on this next agenda, Mark Levitt is asking for a rate increase. He's one of our contracted attorneys, and I'm told this is contentious every time it comes up, so I just wanted to give the board a chance to weigh in before the actual board meeting. It's approved by me, I have no problem with the rate increase, but I wanted to get the board's consensus on it before the actual board meeting.
Well, I can give a little bit of history, because I was on the board, and I think Beth and I differed on that. It's gonna, the increase you read was gonna be $260, okay? Even local attorneys like Suzanne Green, I don't think you guys have had a chance to meet her yet. She's excellent. and-
She's been here a couple times.
Oh, has she? Okay. And she just asked for $175. And the board, in the state just approves $200. So we're going up and increasing.
They approved 200 in 2008, so it's been about a decade. And we're still at the 1997 rate with our other attorneys, except Mark Levitt. Mark Levitt, I'm told, has been at his rate for a while, so. And he's been with the district for a while.
Why have the other ones been willing to work for so much less money? And what is it that Mark Levitt brings to the table?
I can't tell you why they do it. I know since I've been here, the only one I've added is Thomas Gonzalez, and he's out of Tampa, Gonzalez, Sizemore and Herring, or Thompson, Gonzalez, Sizemore and Herring. They're a big employment firm, and he does a lot of work with school boards around the state. So he, I think that's just his rate he was willing to offer. I know when I was in Seminole County, Fisher Phillips was one of the outside counsel firms they use. He was at 175. He moved in 2015 or 16. They moved him up to 225 or 250. I don't remember. But so, I mean, they're slowly creeping up. But, I mean, if Levitt's on the private side, he's probably pulling in 354 an hour. So, I mean, he's still discounting his rate significantly at 260, but he's still significantly higher than what we're paying everybody else on file.
And then my question is, what added value does he bring that the others don't?
Well,
I almost wonder if at this point, because we have been incurring more costs for the superintendent attorney, it's increased significantly too, I believe. I don't have the numbers right on.
we're
hand. We
also
need to run
paying
those.
travel
but-
time for them.
Exactly. So
we could
my
have a local
point,
attorney.
where I'm going with, well, we could do local, or maybe even we should even look into hiring another attorney to see if we could cost it or whatever. And I believe they could work for the school board, except for when it's in conflict with us. And the superintendent could have their attorney, but that attorney could also work with us when there is not in conflict.
Is Levitt the superintendent's attorney?
Yes.
Yes. That's not our attorney, but we
No.
pay the
Right,
fee.
do you see what I'm saying?
There
Yeah, but
there
we
are.
still have to have her attorney
Right,
and
yeah,
pay the
no,
fee.
there are districts, they call them staff attorneys. They work under the general counsel, except for superintendent issues. They're usually chosen by the superintendent, and the superintendents, when they change, can hire a new staff attorney when they come on. They are the primary point of contact for employment issues, so anything that the general counsel's conflicted out on, they are generally the ones that handle those issues, and the superintendent gets their advice from them. Broward has them, Pinellas has them, and they all work out of the general counsel's office, but they're called staff attorneys.
So they have more than one attorney on
Yes, like Pinellas has three. They have a general counsel, they have an assistant general counsel, they have a staff attorney. That's their legal department, along with support staff. But those are the attorneys they have on staff. And the staff attorney is selected by the superintendent. Superintendent hires them because that's their main attorney. That's who they use for advice on employment issues, expulsion issues, anything that's going to come before the board for a hearing that they can't go to the general legal department on. But that's what they're called. I can't guarantee you hiring one would save you money. I don't have all the finance information on that. I think we're been around $100,000 a year or so for Mr. Levitt. So I can't say you're going to save a lot of money on it, but it is something that districts do hire to keep costs in-house. And obviously, if you have a big year, you might save some money. If you have a slower year with discipline and everything, you might spend a little bit out of pocket there. But
And I'm not sure what you mean by significant increase in what we're doing, because we've been quite prudent with what we've done, and we've done a lot with settling things ahead of time as to not incur costs, as I was highly encouraged to do. So I think I'd like to know what significant, yes, ma'am, I'd like to know what significant costs there have been incurred, and I think this is a very delicate time with all of us, and I don't think his increase is unreasonable, and I'm going to preface this with, I ask that, what do we have, a year and a half or so, that he continue as my attorney for that time. This is not the time to switch attorneys.
And he's asking for $260?
yeah, he's at $250. He's asking for a $10 increase for
$10.
his, and I think about $10 for his paralegal and stuff. So.
You guys can think about it. I don't, unless you want to comment. I mean, we don't have to vote until Tuesday, but I just think we need.
He's already higher than everybody else? Everybody else is,
Everybody else on file is at 175.
but that's the 1997 rate.
That's when the state was at 175. Yeah, that's when they passed theirs at 170. Their recommended rate as of 2008 is 200, and we still have all of our others on 175.
So he's technically $50 over what the recommended rate for the state.
Yeah, that's the Attorney General's recommended rate.
And then everybody else is $25 below the recommended rate.
That's kind of odd.
I mean, I would say that shows their dedication to the district. They're willing to take that kind of hit. I know Fisher Phillips, when they came and asked for their rate increase, they said we would not be able to continue services at 175. They were just paying their employees too much, and they were losing out. So that's why they moved
We
to.
have to have good attorneys, folks. I mean, we have to have good attorneys.
Well, the history too, if we remember, when I attempted to, when I proposed a local attorney, an excellent local attorney, that was turned down because it was said the cost was too much for him. But when you look at the travel and all of that, he would have been the less expensive option. But that, again, was a few years ago. And again, I just ask that we continue.
Where's he travel from?
Orlando.
It's $10 that he's asking for per hour?
Yeah.
$10 per hour.
And it's coming at the next board meeting?
It's on the next agenda. So that's why I wanted to give you guys a chance to weigh in at the work session rather than have this at the board meeting, taking up time, or even getting it tabled. So
I hate to bring in
well,
another attorney with change in superintendent, because they may have their own suggestions.
We certainly
I mean,
hate to be penny wise and pound foolish.
I would certainly, if the tendency is to say, hey, let's go staff attorney, I would definitely wait till you nail down what you want to do with the superintendent.
Right. And Dr. Mayor, your request holds merit. You have reasons for why you're asking, and I think that there's also other circumstances involved in where we are in our superintendent search and all of that. There's just a lot of variables. So unless we have someone waiting in the wings that we think we can bring in that'll step up for the next year and a half and has a stellar record and can cover all our bases, is this something that we really want to deal with right now? I'm leaning towards not really.
Do we want to look into a staff attorney, though, like when we're planning and looking ahead?
Mhm. I think so,
maybe
definitely.
we could agree to go ahead and do this now and then move forward.
Yes.
With the staff attorney? Is that what?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we always want
And I
to.
think if we go ahead and approve that increase now, and then we look at what our options are down the road, I'm good with that.
$10 not gonna break the bank, right, Ms. Boston?
And that's why we love you.
Let me say again, we've been very proactive in trying to settle things.
Right,
And you
right.
have I mean, when I look at the list of what we've settled versus the one hearing that we have, you have been incredibly proactive, and I thank you for that.
I
That saves on attorney's fees.
Miss Oliver does a lot of that work, so thanks to her.
Second, I sent to you all correspondence and stuff from GVH. So we are going here. I have an update. I got an email this morning during this meeting. Their attorney responded for clarifying. As you know, I forwarded you the email requesting a meeting. Their attorney is saying they would like it to be with an appointed rep from the board and the council to meet in like a pre-suit mediation, which tells me they're getting ready to file a lawsuit. So they're at that point, and they're trying to, according to their lawyer, avoid that. Ms. McCall can tell you our last meeting with them was fairly unproductive. We met with them for at least an hour, and really nothing got accomplished toward any kind of negotiation. But I don't want to say don't do the meeting. There's an aspect I would say we are ready, as you know, to file our declaratory action item. So if we can file that, and we can still meet and try and resolve them. Something I would discuss with council is the feasibility of filing and then schedule an actual mediation with somebody to facilitate
With
a
a
mediation.
mediator, correct.
And try and
So
resolve it that way.
Other one wasn't with the mediator?
No, it was just,
Just the
it
two
was
parties?
just Mr. Gibbs and I and them, and it was the most unproductive meeting that I've ever been in. So what I shared with Mr. Gibbs a few minutes ago, that if they're real serious about this, it needs to be with a true mediator so that we can get something done. But other than that, I don't think we meet with them unless it is a true mediation. And if we need to file to get a true mediation, then
Yeah.
let's do it.
The benefit of filing would get us out of public. I mean, they can listen to what we discuss here right now. They can listen to what we discuss at a board meeting. Filing gets you in the shade as
Right.
you have active litigation, and I can prepare you properly
Right, you've
for a
mentioned that
mediation
before.
session and discussing settlement negotiations and where the board wants to go. Right now, they can listen in to where you want to go, they can listen in to what your plan is, and they can get all of that right now. So I can't really do any of that with you.
Let's file.
Go ahead and file so you get in the shade.
I would want to, I'm fine, if there's consensus for that, I will take that to council, but I would want to discuss that strategy with them, and we can always file and not serve. That way, it's still there pending service, and we're still.
So if we file and not serve,
Well, we have 90 days, we have 120 days to serve.
but if we file, once we file, does that put us out of the sunshine so we can discuss?
Yes, I can hold shade sessions because there's pending litigation. So we would have to actually file a dismissal, even if we don't serve.
That's okay.
I think you need to be able to talk to us in the shade.
I certainly, I would not prepare you in a meeting where they could get that recording and say, oh, what are they going to come to mediation with? I mean, I cannot prepare you guys properly for anything. All right, so I'll take that to council and talk to her. So that's all I got for today.
Thank you.
I have one thing.
Oh, yes.
The Oversight Committee, the application. So Elena went and dug through the notebook. There wasn't an application. There was a request for a letter of interest. And so I've got that packet.
Maybe
Here's,
that's what it was.
yeah, there's the notice that went in the Star Banner, and then how we put that in. Please note the time frame. It was published on the 27th of January with a response date of February 5th. So what, maybe 2 weeks?
It wasn't very long.
And then she included some of the letters of interest from folks that are still on from then, just so you could see how they responded. So let me pass that to you, so you have that to review. And then also, here's an article from the Star Banner at that time, just summarizing the process of that, so you have that to refer to. But I'm going to ask, please, that you let us know, maybe May, what you're thinking, so we can get ready to advertise and however you want to take that.
Okay, I just need to clarify that everybody is going to go to the master board training on Thursday. We arrive Wednesday evening. Nicole said you'll have them ready tomorrow, our packets ready tomorrow. Okay, so you did speak with Miss Stacy, or, okay. Okay, all right, good. All right, and then Dr. Mary, you're also attending the
Yes,
master board?
yes.
Okay, good. And then also, as a board, we need to know about the agreement.
Yes.
So do we have any updates on that? Because we need to know how we need to move forward.
Not prepared to discuss right now, but we will.
Okay, can you be prepared by May 23rd to discuss that? Because we're coming to a crossroads where we need to know where we're going. So we either know next June or November, but we need to know, you know, what direction and how we need to go forward.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Stacy must have taken my oversight committee stuff.
I'll resend
We
it.
need another.
Yeah, I do.
I'll re-forward it. It's all right. I'll forward it.
Oh, you know what? No, she did.
You found it?
Here.
All right.
Packed up.
There being no further business, our meeting is adjourned at 1:36 PM.